Take it to the next level.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Online Darts, and here we are. It is Players Championship 13 this Sunday, and we are bringing you all the action in one place, so you haven't got to follow it. Don't worry, I'm not flying solo today. Dan will be hopping on very, very shortly. He's just setting up, but I thought I'd put us live and get us going. But before we get going with the action, chat room, wish Juanita a very happy birthday. She's probably keeping it quiet, but it is Juanita's birthday in the chat room today, so wish her happy birthday. All the usual suspects in as always. I see Matthew, Phil, Juanita is in. Matt, Adrian, how are we all doing? Loads of people in, which is great. Nice and early. Graham's in. Steve, how are we doing? Daniel is in as always. Malachi's in. It's all good, and we look forward to a busy, busy day on the Pro Tour. A few casualties today, no MVG, no Daryl Gurney, and no Chris Dobie. Spoke to Chris this morning, got a bit of food poisoning, not been particularly well through the night, so that's why, Dobes isn't playing today. But we go on and we look forward to it. And of course, the Lakeside finals are this evening, or late afternoon, early evening as well. But early predictions, who are you going for? Let us know in the chat room. Josh Payne rocking the live league last night. Really good finals night as well. Plenty of darting action going on right now. Whitlock will win. If he wins, he puts himself in a fabulous position for the world match play. Hetter, look, you certainly wouldn't write Damon Hetter off top of the Pro Tour order of merit as we speak. The janitor Snakey. Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment with Peter. It's one good game, one bad game at the moment. Consistency isn't there from the world number one right now. When he's good, he is very, very good. But when he's off, he's slightly off. And of course, there could be a few changes in the order of merit today, depending on what occurs. We could have, no, that can't overtake. We could have a new world number, no, ignore me. Yeah, James Wade could go back into the top 4 in the world with a win today. Cracking matches at Lakeside yesterday, Phil. Yeah, no, they were very, very good. And it just showed, look, the Menzies Tricol game, it wasn't littered with the 100 averages and that kind of quality. However, it had us gripped with missed darts at a double, drama, tension. Just shows you don't necessarily need the eye-catching averages to be a good game. Don't get me wrong, the ton plus averages and the blistering stuff is always nice. But yeah, Menzies Tricol had us gripped. Jackpot today, yeah, needs a good run. No, Timmy MVG is not playing today. Obviously, Gary Anderson isn't either. Still has the dreaded Rona. So let's have a Matajski. Adam Hunt is warming up, but let's have a little look through the boards. Board 1, Going Price has a bye as the number 1 seed. That board, Bradley Brooks, Ricky Evans is on there. Vladimir Anderson, Willie Borland, Jake Jones, Radek Sadansky. fancy the world number 2 to come through that. John Henderson, Keegan Brown in the opener. Keegan Brown had a really good day yesterday. Hendo picked up some money as well for the first time. Callum Ridge also on that board. Could be an all Aussie round 2. Damon Hetta has Jason Lowe. Gordon Mathers has Jeffrey DeJuan. If they both come through that, then they will meet. Hope Vincent Ranavort and Ricardo Petresco have a good run today. Yeah, no, look, Ricardo picking up much needed experience all the time, and Vinny's Vinny in the absolute ledge. What else have we got? Joe Cullen, Ron Moolenkamp, David Evans, Kevin Dirtz, Barney, Hopai Puhau as well on board 7. Johnny Clayton will face Laban in the opening round. Darius Labanauskas, Matthew Edgar has Jermaine Watamina. Tough looking board this one. Board 8, Ross Smith, Keen Barry, Roby John Rodriguez, Jeff Smith. Tricky looking one, that one. Jose de Souza has a buy on board 9. Jim Williams, Jim McEwen. Tiny looking game on board 10. Michael Smith, Kevin Burness, Ted Evans, Devon Peterson. Luke Humphreys, William O'Connor on board 12. Tough one. Mensur Suljovic against the Fox, Gert de Vos. Rob Cross, John O'Shea. That's a tough looking one. If Whitlock wins one Players' Championship, will he be in the Grand Prix? Let me have a look at the Grand Prix race. At the moment, for the match play, I'll do it in chronological order. At the match play, he's just outside at the moment. Ricky Evans holding on to 16th spot. Vincent Vandervoort, Simon Whitlock, Ross Smith and Martin Lukeman, Jim Williams just outside. But that one's close. The Grand Prix mix, where's Whitlock in that one? No. So at the moment, Simon Whitlock is about $6,500 off of 16th spot for the World Grand Prix. So work to do for that one. And as if by magic, just teeing him up for a big entrance. As if by magic, our man from the Northeast is here. How are we doing, buddy?
Good morning. Is it morning? It's not morning anymore. It is morning by a minute. Good morning. We're still in the morning, just. How are you?
How are we doing?
I'm all right, you know, mate. Do you know, the last time I was on the stream, I felt grim. I felt I was under the weather. And then within a couple of days, I ended up with like tonsillitis and completely losing my voice. I had a nightmare. But today, I'm feeling much brighter. I've had a couple of weeks of antibiotics and I'm feeling miles better than I did last time. So hopefully a much more enthusiastic offering from me today.
Did you enjoy Leeds?
I did, you know. It was a really good. The only, obviously, a slight, not so much a sour note, but a real shame that Gary wasn't playing. Obviously, just one less match to see, one less player to sort of enjoy playing. So it was a bit sad there. I'm in Manchester this week. I'm not sure whether or not, I haven't seen whether or not he's going to be right for that or not. But yeah, what a brilliant night. Really good. I thought the arena is, it's a strange size, isn't it? The First Direct in Leeds. It's a really strange layout. And I think it suits the Premier League so well. The way, almost like a semicircle, like Colosseum style. It's such a cool arena,
and it keeps the noise in. The same thing is exactly the same as Dublin. That shape where some of the ice hockey ones, where they go all the way round, obviously they put the stage and then they curtain it all off backstage and everything like that, so the atmosphere breaks. But this doesn't go all the way around. It stops like that, and it's designed for all eyes on that stage. It's really good.
Yeah, it's good, and especially so when because I saw you there. You were at my seats. I had particularly good seats this week. I was right on the front row, row A, seats 1 and 2. Me and my pal were sat in. So, but what that meant was we came out at the side. You entered the arena at the side of the front row almost, and you're just greeted by like the spectacle that is the Premier League stage, and then this huge full arena on you. That's like what a beautiful, beautiful experience that is to walk through there and see it all framed up like that. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, absolutely
superb. Hoping for a similar week as well this week with Manchester. I've gone darts mad this week, which is super, really good. Loads of fun.
Oh, completely.
Have you managed to get through particularly sort of challenging or generous draws yet, Phil? Have we had a bit of a look through? Have we had a bit of a look through them? Anything particularly highlighted?
A couple of tasty little ones. So board one, you'd expect Gezi to come through that with the greatest of respects.
Agreed.
Board three, Keegan Brown played particularly well yesterday. Again, he faces John Henderson, who again Hendo managed to beat Rob Cross yesterday. So I'm looking forward to that little tussle. A potential all Aussie round two clash between Damon Hetta and Gordon Mathers after we were bamboozled by the Aussies yesterday. There was baggy green everywhere.
For those guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, baggy green absolute everywhere, which was superb. Then coming down, like Johnny Clayton against the Laban. He's not Lucky D anymore. He's just Laban.
Laban. I'll tell you where I wouldn't want to be today, you know. If I could pick a board to not play today, I think it would probably be board 10.
Yeah, that's a tough looking one.
It just looks, there's, you know, like everyone on that board has got a potential to have a bit of a run, haven't they? Like there's a lot of talent in that board. No, you know, I'm not saying that it's packed with the biggest names, but just a really, really difficult board to come through, I think.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that's the standout one for me as well. Also, board 11, Michael Smith, Kevin Burness. We know Iron Man can play and say Ted Everts, Devon Peterson, Merv King, Mike Kyvenhoven, Neil Zonneval, Mickey Mansell. That's an intriguing little one as well.
Yeah, it's a real tough one. That I just because I've gone that far down the screen. I do fancy, and I'm picking quite a bit to have a bit of a run. I fancy Adi Lewis to come through that board today. I know there's some there's some talent in there as well. But I do fancy Adi to come through that board. Whether he gets a great deal further, I'm not sure, because he's going to. If he does come through that, he's going to win a matchup with whoever comes through that naughty board 11. At that, just down that end of the draw, I do fancy Adi to do a little bit today. Certainly board final, maybe a bit more.
Yeah, completely. Where are we? Mern and Aspen are warming up. Yeah, there's a few games warming up. How are you doing, Fred? Dave Sanchez is in. Max says, how late do we start today? We're just waiting for them to go live any minute now, mate. They are about 5 minutes behind. Oh, the first one has gone live. So we are live at the Pro Tour as we speak. Pick a feature game in a second. How are we doing, Darts Guru? Yeah, Spurs are going very well at the moment. Leo, Dirk Van Dyvenberg to win today. James says Lewis needs to start winning more, and honestly, he doesn't pick up yet. He is in danger. Adi Lewis has got Josh Rock. Yeah, very, very tough game. And I'm sure that Gob is listening in Reading, and he will have the debate as well about that one. And of course, tomorrow's live lounge will be a little bit interesting, a little bit feisty. We cannot wait for that one. So,
yeah, go
on, mate.
Well, I was just going to say, a couple of people in the chat there talking about Dirk, and obviously a hell of a day yesterday. But, you know, where we've looked, I've really mentioned there a couple of the boards that I absolutely would not want to be drawn on. Dirk's board today, and potentially who he meets after that, is not, I mean, there's no easy games, but it looks very achievable. You know, it certainly looks like he'd have half a chance of coming through and going quite deep today. If he can pick up some of the form that he showed yesterday and carry some of that through, then he's got a real chance.
Oh, at times yesterday, Dirk was unplayable. it was back to the old Dirk Van Diver mode, and literally it was sensational. Do you want 1 to 8 or 9 to 16, buddy?
Which side's Glenn in? 1 to 8. I'll take 1 to 8.
No worries, and I will have 9 to 16. It's very much how we do it here. Which one do you want? None of this technical malarkey. It's like, which one do you want?
Yeah, there's some. To be honest, it's quite a nice spread today. There's a bit of all sorts. Just speaking of Glenn, up on board for that man, he doesn't have any luck in the world ever with these Players' Championship draws, does he? Ever. He just, you know, when you need a bit of a break and you need to be able to just get, you know, build up a bit of anything. Like, just, morning, Glenn. Gabe Clements today. Thank you to our... Cool, lad.
Set up my 2 stream boards on my laptop. Board 1, board 2, all good. So we can see what's going on the stream. So we are ready to rock and roll, everyone. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Pro Tour is underway.
Have you picked a winner, Phil? Have you done a prediction?
No. Let's. Who am I going for today? I am going to go for the Ferret.
Oh well. I'm not changing my prediction, and I'm not there, but I'll go about as close as we can get geographically, because I fancied Gezi as much as I don't pick him a great deal, but when I saw that board draw today, I just thought if he starts fast, it's going to take an awful lot to stop him. Mind you, the Ferret has just picked up. You might not be a million miles away there, because he's just picked up the first break of the day on board 8. Johnny Clayton averaging 111, goes a quick 2-0 up, breaking Darius Labanauskas early. We've got a couple more quick breaks as well. So Ashley in the chat, yeah, Price is playing today. He's playing on board 1, but just because of the numbers that we've got and how the draw works, he has a bye through the first round. So Gezi Price's first game today will be in that round of 64.
We were talking about this yesterday, Dan, and the chat room was very split as well, and even me and Liam were split. Is it a help or a hindrance having a bye? Forget the money, because you're guaranteed 750 quid for your buy, but is it a help or a hindrance?
I think it's different for different players. I think there are some players that find it a help, and I think there are others that I think there's certain players with certain playing styles that build up a momentum through the day, and when they go deep in these tournaments, they progress as they go on. They come in warm, they get through that. Like, let's be relatively realistic in that they're normally the easier games of the day, normally, depending on where you are and where your rank of your seeding is. So some players find it really good to go and smash somebody 6-0 first game of the day. And there are some players that would find a heavy win early in the day more productive to them building up some momentum than a bye would. There are others, I think, and I do think you're talking about the very elite players, the likes of your Gerwin Prices, Peter Wrights, Michael Van Gerwins. They don't really need that. They just turn up and they want to. They just play the game that's in front of them, and they can play really well. So I think it just depends on the player, and I think sometimes it does work really well. Other times people come in a bit cold. I think it's a bit hit and miss, really. I've copped that out. I've copped out completely on that. Stuck on the fence somewhere.
I can tell you work in education.
Pick the splinters out later. Don't worry.
It's like,
Yeah, tell you what, there's a quick. Yeah, there's a man that's come out the gate quick. So Graham Hall went 2-0 up on Ryan Searle, who had a tremendous day yesterday. He's gone 2-0 up. Ryan Searle has just pulled a leg back to 2-1. But Graham Hall off to a flying start, averaging 95, and is looking to get over quite quickly, I think. He's got off really fast against Ryan Searle. Ryan Searle's going to have to fight his way back into the match. Over on the stream board, we're not setting the world alight on the stream board this morning because we've got a Christoph Ratajski averaging 75, gone 2-0 up on Adam Hunt, who can only find his way to a 68-point average at the moment. So we haven't managed to pick anything particularly box office for the stream board at the moment. In terms of other quick starts and things that are going interesting. I'll tell you what, mate. Board 13 on your section there. He's off to a bit of a flyer, isn't he?
Yeah, 115. Rusty playing really, really well. But he's got that in the locker. But he's like a roller coaster. When it's up, it is very up. But it is highs and lows all the way. Even in some games, we see the very best and the very worst of him.
Yeah, his A game's great, isn't it? And when he's on it,
yeah.
It's just finding that consistency. And you're right as well, is that he'll often hit his A game, but he doesn't often sustain it for a match. You see the peaks and troughs, not throughout the day in a tournament like this, but you see it leg to leg sometimes, don't you?
Massively. Complete. Dirk van Duivenbode is 2-1 up on Jason Heaver. It's not the astronomical averages we saw from Dirk yesterday just yet. Brendan Dolan 2-1 behind to Max Hopp. Luke Humphreys 3-1 up on Willie O'Connor. And again, astronomical numbers from Cool Hand. 3-1, averaging nearly 115 again. Bully Boy Michael Smith 3-1 behind to Kevin Burness. Could be an early exit for Bully Boy. Rob Cross 3-0 up on the Joker, John O'Shea. Voltage over the ton average as well. Christoph Kachuk on your board may be about to cause an upset.
Let me flick. I'm flicking between windows and windows here. Where is it? Yeah, again, another early breaker. Got off averaging about the same between him and Dimitri van den Berg, but he's gone 2-0 up. He's took that early break. Dimitri van den Berg is struggling all sorts of different ways in this leg at the minute. He's got the darts in his hand and he's just managed to get over the line for a hold there with an 8. But through that leg, he managed to find himself. He found a max, he found a 180, but then also 4 treble-less visits. And Kachuk just seems to be doing nothing, nothing outrageous, but just enough. He's open with a ton there, Kachuk. But he's got that break already, so he's got the darts in his hand to go 3-1. If he can keep Van den Berg now, all he's going to do is keep him at arm's length, and he should come through that. Dimmy's going to have to really, really lift his game.
Yeah, completely. Actually, yeah, Snakepipe also has a bye today as well, so the janitor has a little bit of time before he starts to clean up. Dan says, just curious, is it only logistics that we keep not having a full field? So, Dan, the entries are closed normally Monday or Tuesday before the Pro Tour. And then if the full 128 haven't entered, they will then obviously go to the Challenge Tour Order of Merit and fill the 128 spots like this. The issue being this week in particular, there was obviously Lakeside on, so some of the tour card holders that were allowed to play in Lakeside didn't enter, coupled with people pulling out on the day, or maybe even yesterday, I don't know when the 3 pulled out, that logistically then it's can you get people there to fill those gaps? Say you're down to number 5 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, but they live in Scotland. Can they get to Barnsley in time? Probably not. So sometimes it is just purely down to logistics of when people pull out late, they can't physically get people there in time. That's why we used, back in the day, before they had Challenge Tour Order of Merits and things like that, we used to call it the Ryan Harrington, because Ryan used to be at the Pro Tour with Rod a lot. He was forever just stepping into play when there was a gap. Liam is in. Hope you are good, mate. Superb yesterday, as always. Morning, Hazel. MVG's not playing today. I know it says Relic Sinansky wins today. You heard it here first. Scotty Mitchell. Go on, Dan.
Could happen there. So that could really happen. Or just Daniel there is Searle and Bunting. So Bunting making life hard for himself at the minute. On board 2 is 4-1 down to Martin Lukeman. Martin Lukeman averaging just a shave under a ton. Stephen Bunting, who comes in seeded 16th in this Pro Tour event, is 4-1 down and really up against it already. He's going to have to play some outrageous darts to catch back up. Ryan Searle managed, I talked a minute ago about he'd gone really quickly 2-0 down to Graham Hall. Managed to break back, hold, and then break back to 2-2. Graham Hall again just picked up another leg to go 3-2 ahead. That was another break for Graham Hall. So he's broken again against Ryan Searle, and he's just doing enough at the minute to keep Searle on the back foot. Searle's going to have to lift his average, and he's going to have to break back, and in order to get anywhere close to making this competitive.
Yeah, also, William O'Connor has massively upped his game. He was 3-1 down to Luke Humphreys. He's now 4-3 up. Luke Humphreys still averaging an astronomical 109, but O'Connor has upped it to 104.
Well, Scott Mitchell's took 3
on the spin. The Farmy Army is back in. Like we said, Rusty Jake's average has dropped to 94. That's some drop to where he was. That's the Rusty Jake. That's the problem. Any news on Daryl Gurney? No, I'm not sure. I've messaged him. He hasn't replied yet. Chris Dobie has got touch of food poisoning. He's been up through the night, sat on the car seat. Been done over by the Barnsley cuisine. Greetings from Croatia, guys. Pleasure to have you on, mate. Superb. People like Barstow, Payne, Osborne, Kenny. So a lot of great players. Yeah, that they could, but the issue is with that, Dan, is that if say they're miles down on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, and the others in front of them aren't asked, they're going to have the hump. And by the time they ask all these people, hours and minutes tick by, and then it's too late. So it's not ideal, but I don't think there's any other way around it.
Stephen Bunting is in big trouble here. He's 5-1 down. Lukeman has the darts, averaging 102 throwing for the match here. Lukeman kicks off with a 140. Bunting comes back with a 125, but then can't find a treble. Lukeman down to 206 with a big score here. Could give himself a real chance at closing this game off very early. Oh, but he has a treble-less visit as well. Only gets to 148. Stephen Bunting fighting for his life here in this game.
Yeah. Also, is Ron Moulenkamp potentially going to cause an upset on board 7? The Rockstar not rocking at the moment, Dan.
No, well, we say that he's on throw, so it's 3-2 to Moulenkamp on throw. Cullen's just opened with a 139 to look to hold to tie that up at 3-all. But Moulenkamp comes to the hockey straight away. Throws a 180, throws a max. If he follows that up with something big here, he could look to pinch the initiative here and pinch the darts off Joe Cullen. Doesn't look like we've had a break yet in this game. They seem to be holding their way through it. Moulenkamp finds a ton to get down to 2-2-1. And Cullen is going to need a big visit here, or he is at risk. Again, can only find 84. Moulenkamp should be the first to a finish here and at least get a go at it. Stephen Bunting breaks back. So that game's now 5-2 to Martin Lukeman. But again, Bunting now holding. He's going to have to win every leg now to stay in this. Cannot find a treble with his opening visit and opens with a 60. Muhlenkamp finds another max. He's gone 180, ton 180. If Joe Cullen can't take this 97 out, Muhlenkamp's going to get a go 41 for a break.
Also, a couple of results coming in all on my board. 14, 15 and 16 all done. Nathan Aspinall on the stream, a 6-1 winner over Joe Mernon. It wasn't particularly clever from either. 85 and only a 76 average from Mernon. Sadly, I know the Joker, the clan are always in, but John has lost to Rob Cross 6-2. Voltage averaging well over 106. O'Shea's average 90, which isn't shabby, but brilliant from Voltage. And I said Dirk wasn't playing particularly well. The Overgenius went through the gears, lifted that average to low 90s to a whopping 101 and a 6-1 win over Jason Heaver.
It's a good start, that, isn't it? Really is. Oh, Christoph Kachuk has missed, look, I think 7 darts at double to push himself ahead there. And Dimitri Vandenberg, playing far, far from his best darts today, has managed to somehow tie this game up at 3-all by breaking back there. Kachuk, I think at least 7 darts missed at a double to put himself ahead there. That is a big missed opportunity, because if Dimitri can lift his game anywhere close to normal here, then he could blow him away, and the chance for Kachuk might have gone.
Yeah, so where's Jose? Jose's one of the ones with a bye.
So we picked out early doors, Phil, board 10 as the board I would not fancy playing on. The game on there doesn't look to be disappointing looking at those 2 averages.
No, certainly not. It's been decent. I say we earmarked it from the start, and it's a tough game to call this as well. Both over the ton mark, not a lot in it between them. Dolan, Hop, you know, this has got Noble written all over it.
It certainly looks that way. Ryan Searle mounting a tremendous fight back. We mentioned earlier about him averaging mid-80s, and Graham Hall looking like he was in a real good chance of putting this to bed early. Ryan Searle has upped his game, fought back. Seems to be a lot of the bigger names today, Phil, starting a bit slow and then stepping up, going through the gears. Ryan Searle is now 5-4 ahead, and he will have the darts if we get a Noble, if Graham Hall can hold here. Just a couple of results on my board. Rather underwhelming performance on a stream board. Ratajski beats Adam Hunt 6-2, and then the game that we talked about quite a bit on board 2, Martin Lukeman brushes aside Stephen Bunting comfortably 6-2. So that is I suppose a bit of the first shock of the day, I would say, the first seed today that's gone, Stephen Bunting.
Yeah. Also on the feature game, as you can see on board 8, is this 68 may have to go for Labandan, and it does, and we go to a Noble. We said this will be a good game from the off. James says, Darius testing Johnny early doors. Yeah, absolutely. Malachi, I certainly hope so. And Gob is in the chat room as well. How are we doing, Gob?
Oh, I'll tell you what, Phil, that Noble leg with Clayton and Labanauskas, Johnny Clayton has the darts for this Noble leg, starts with a 60, can't find a treble. That is not the way you want to kick off a Noble leg in the first game of the day.
No,
absolutely not.
In this one, we've seen it. Clayton was bossing it, but Laban dug in that middle section, upped his game, and we are where we are now.
Oh my word! Ron Muhlenkamp just pings a 177. Cullen comes back with a max. That's really kicking off now, that game. They're really getting into it, them two.
Yeah. Pete, how we doing? All good? Yep. Remember, the live lounge tomorrow, 8 o'clock. After a week off, we have plenty to talk about, and it could get a little bit feisty tomorrow. There's plenty of talking points.
Is that the game? Is that game over visit for Laban at 40?
Yeah, I have a result. Nick Fulwell has beaten Ross Montgomery 6-4, and also I'm extremely looking forward to the stream board because the one and only Prince of Wales is on. And I'm sorry, Louis, I'm not talking about you.
Match starts for Joe Cullen. Oh no, sorry, wrong board. Flicking around. Joe Cullen gets one back, but Ron Muhlenkamp is now throwing for the match. Darts in hand, 5-3 up, still with that break against Joe Cullen. Johnny Clayton setting himself up there. Labanowskis is going to have to do something outrageous here to even put some pressure on that 24. Nowhere near enough pressure that. And he wraps it up in one dart. Johnny Clayton, 6-5. Ron Muhlenkamp throwing for the match opens with a 1-3-5. Cullen only finds a 78, so Muhlenkamp looking relatively comfortable here.
Also, Johnny Clayton does get over the line in our feature game, Dan. Tidy last leg, but too many trebleless visits there for Laban in the decider.
Absolutely. We've got match darts for Ryan Searle, who's thrown an outrageous noble leg here, 140 a ton max. He's going to have 3 darts at double top for the match here. Haul back on 170. So not too much pressure on this. Ryan Searle takes 2 darts to take out 40 and wins the noble leg 6-5. Really good performance there from Graham Hall. Averaged 96 in the match. Ryan Searle just had a bit too much for him there.
Jack, yeah, Darts Connect, mate. I've just put the link in the chat room now for you. But Brendan Dolan does get over the line in that tussle with Max Hop. We said it would be a good one. Prime time also warming up Matthew Edgar against Jermaine Watamina. And here we go. The Prince of Wales is donning our stream against Steve West. Steve West played some half-decent stuff recently as well.
Matt Edgar is a man that seems to benefit a lot at the minute, Phil, from being able to conveniently get to Barnsley, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he seems to be doing well at making himself available there. Damon Heta is managed to find himself a break head 5-4 up here. Jason Law is going to have to hold his throw here to force a noble leg. This game has been of a really good standard, and I think a few people picked Heta again to do some bits today. But Jason Law's not making it easy for him. Christoph Kachuk against Dimitri Vandenberg. Here we've got both of them down to 110. Kachuk is going to get to go at it first. He is trying to force a noble leg here with Dimitri Vandenberg up 5-4. Kachuk gets himself down to 36. So you've got to think Dimitri Vandenberg's got to take this 110 out in order to avoid that noble leg and get this game wrapped up. He has, again, another one that has not had it made easy for him today. Oh, and he takes the 110 out with 3 darts. Brilliant there from the Belgian. Goes through 6-4. Kachuk played really well again there. Just a couple of what I suppose I'll call them underdogs that have really pushed things and pushed these top players to the wire a bit this morning or this afternoon now.
Yeah, in the chat room, what happened to the Michael Smith match? Bully Boy found some composure. He beat Kevin Benes 6-3 in the end.
Damon Hetter gets over the line against Jason Lowe. Oh, good there from Damon Hetter, averaging just a scrape under 103. He's broken in that last game there. Found a max and a 140 at the right time in order to get down to that to have the first go at a double. Takes it out first time of asking at the hockey, and Damon Hetter comes through again. A tough fight back there from Jason Lowe. Made it difficult for him.
Yeah.
Lee Evans off to a fly down on board 15, Phil.
Yeah, he is. And look, we saw signs of this on the live league as well, that Lee Evans can play is the thing. 3-0 up on Damien Mole, which is good. So yeah, Devin Peterson won a piece with Ted Everts. Don't get me wrong, the averages aren't great. Pete says, is Chris Dobie playing today? Unfortunately not. He's got food poisoning. The culinary delights of Barnsley have got the better of him. The Wizard is underway, but on the feature game, Jermaine Watamina has broken prime time, Dan. Oh, Dan, we've lost your audio.
There we are. Don't worry about that. I only I muted myself a second to open a can of pop without causing it. Without the fizz coming through the line. I forgot I'd done it. Yeah, Watamina off to a flyer. Certainly back in that breakup by coming and kicking off with a 140. That treble-less visit's not great, but you do get the opportunity. You do get the impression very quickly today that if Matt Edgar is going to get through this first game, he's going to have to play some really, really good darts, because Watamina has come to play today. It seems he's hitting some big scores. He's averaging well, and Matt Edgar is going to have to play some top stuff here.
Absolutely.
Oh, I tell you what, Steve West gone 2-1 up, averaging 108.
The thing is, we know Steve West has that in the locker. We know that.
Yeah, it's a big start, isn't it? And a fast start. And whilst the game's on throw at the minute, that does look like it's going to be a proper battle, which is great.
Yeah.
Got to think that if Matt Edgar is going to make a game of this today, it's got to come this leg, hasn't it? If he goes 4-0 down, that is a long, long way back, isn't it?
It is.
Devin Peterson not quite hitting his stride on board 11 either, Phil.
No, he's not. And this is Devon all over at the moment. When he gets it right, it looks good again. But when it's off, obviously we can't see the throw and whatever, but we're looking at the scores, but not there at the moment.
No, it's...
yeah. Also, in the chat room, James says, WDF Championships today. He's going for Neil Duff and Bo Greaves to win. I think Neil Duff wins the men's. The ladies, I'm still unsure on. Look, Bo is the better player, but there's still. I'm still yet to be sold. Does that make sense?
It does to me. I think potentially long term. I think I'm not sure how reliable her action is long term in longer games. I know she can score outrageously well. I find it a bit tough to watch sometimes, her action. I find that the rhythm comes out a little bit and the speed goes up and down. It sometimes goes faster and slower and it can be a bit hesitant. When you've got an action like that in a game like that, I'm not sure.
This is the thing that we all know she had the problems with dartitis. It's been very publicised and I just, the action concerns me because it used to be back and forth. Gob, you know why I'm not sold, and I can't say it live on the stream. You know why.
Well, I tell you what, this is becoming.
The other issue is today. I think Kirsty is going to put the pressure on her, go in price style, and test her mentally. I think she's going to give it some.
This is an absolute toweling, isn't it, on a feature game?
Yeah, 100%. Someone asked about Barney as well. He's on board 7. He plays Hopai Puhao. So don't worry, the Barney alarm will sound. God, she hasn't. I'll explain later. But if you'd have seen some of the things me and Boise have seen, it's not quite.
Oh, challenging start on board 9 for the Wizard, Phil.
Yeah, it is. Look, Adam Gaulas, we all know, isn't the quickest. Although Simon's not rapid, he just likes to get into a rhythm and it's tough against Gaulas.
So Richie Burnett has managed to find himself a break. Steve West, as we looked at his average, got off to a flyer, was playing really well. That average has just slipped a little bit and come in line. Richie Burnett breaks at a really important moment in the match, but then can only find a 41 when he gets back on throw. And I can see so many times, if you break but then cannot hold your own throw, you've done all of that work for very, very little reward. So Richie Burnett looking to kick on now after that break and try and bridge the gap and get over here.
Yeah, Devon Peterson is now in front, but still only averaging 78.
I was just about to ask. I saw on my screen Devon Peterson clicked 3-2. I was going to ask, how is that? Yeah. How has Devon Peterson fought his way back to 3-2 there? Not without getting his average into the 80s. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
How strange. So John Henderson looking good there. We picked board 3 as a bit of an interesting one. Henderson has managed to get himself 2-1 ahead. That was a break of throw as well against Keegan Brown. So Henderson 2-1 up with a break early in the match here. Darts in hand on his own throw, opens with a 140. So the Scotsman looking strong here early in this game. Matt Edgar finds a break as well.
Yeah.
Surely not. He can't make this too competitive, can it? They would take a huge effort from here.
Ryan Joyce is 4-1 up on Mike the Decker. Richie Burnett. So this is a damn good game on the stream. I'm watching it because it's Richie. I know it's you on your board, but this is good.
Yeah, he found that break just at the right time, Phil, and then he's managed to hold his throw there. But Steve West just does not seem to be able to find the form he found very early in this game. Got out the blocks really quick. Obviously, Richie Burnett has took that break, put some daylight between them. Steve West has only found a 55 here, opening up on his own throw. If Burnett can break again, then you've got to assume that he's just gonna run away with it, and he'll get a couple of opportunities to serve the match out, so to speak. Steve West, if he's going to do something, it's got to happen now while he's got the darts here. Keegan Brown has just bust 71, remarkably, which means John Henderson comes back one dart at tops to go 3-1 up. Keegan Brown is not having it his own way today, busting 71, allowing Henderson to come back for just 40. And then Keegan Brown opens on his own throw without a treble, throwing a 59. So Henderson is looking by a long way the most likely to come through this one.
Yes, indeed. Craig says, do you think dart players that lose their tour card will think it's a blessing in disguise as they can do more and earn more money instead of being contract on one company? Yeah, look, I think if you're 64, Dan, right now, you have more opportunities without a tour card. To earn money and get exposure right now. 100% I'm with you, Craig.
It's the best time ever to not have a card, isn't it? By a long way.
Yeah, by a long, long way, yeah.
So much going on. So many different opportunities to earn money. And if you're happy to get in the car, travel around and go from place to place, then it's a great opportunity. Jake Jones up on board 1 finds himself a break ahead and has put himself 4-2 ahead on Ricky Evans. There was quite a bit of talk in the chat again today. Lots of talk about Ricky Evans at the minute after we had a couple of deep runs in these Pro Tour events. I've seen his name mentioned a few times this morning. But Jake Jones has a break ahead. He's 4-2 up. Opens this leg with a 140. Ricky Evans has it all to do if he's going to have a run today.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Richie Burnett is encroaching very, very closely onto the finish line in this match here. He's 5-2 ahead, throwing for the match here. He finds a 1-2-3 to get himself down to 1-3-9. Steve West back on 2-8-1 and can only find 41. So Richie Burnett's going to get at least 6 starts from 1-3-9 to wrap this up in just 8 legs.
Yeah. Also, Brock, no, first round losers do not get any money at all, mate. And this is one of the arguments and the debates that have been had of late that I don't think it will change, but instead of they raise the losers they raise the first round winners money from 500 to 750. There was an argument and players were talking about it. Instead of putting that 250 for winning, that 250 went as a losing first round money. So at least players are covering their hotels and stuff like that.
So Richie Burnett wraps that up there, Phil. 6-2. And after going behind early doors, he wins 5 on the bounce there. And in the end, looked very, very comfortable.
The Prince of Wales looked sensational. 97 average, which was good. Scotty Always is in the chat room. Hope you are well, buddy. Simon Whitlock is getting a drubbing right now. 4-1 behind to Adam Gowlas.
He really is, isn't he? Ricky Evans fighting back. He's managed to find a break back, but that still just leaves him trying desperately to tie the game up here. Jake Jones still 4-3 ahead even after that break back from Ricky Evans. Steve Lennon is right on the verge here, 5-3 up against Mario van Bodengard. Super Mario got off well. This game was tied up at 3-all. Lennon just seems to have put his foot down, lifted his average a little bit and took that break, and is now definitely looking the most likely of the two here.
Yep. Sam says, I see some people saying that if the PDC don't fill the 1-8 spots for the Pro Tour, then the buys should go to random players. I completely disagree. The buys should go to the top seed. That's exactly how it should be. Yeah, absolutely. Look, your top seed, if anyone deserves a buy, it's the seeded players. Yeah, the random ones, I'm with you. I don't agree with. Scott Luke playing really, really well. Adrian says, Danny Noppert, Louis Williams, predictions. I fancy Danny Noppert's consistency in this one.
Yeah, I agree. I find it. I think. I'm struggling to really come up with anything other than Danny Noppert, probably with a couple of legs in hand. I think he's one of those players. You know, we talked earlier about benefiting from a decent start to the day. This is the sort of game that Danny Noppert can get himself up for and can act as a bit of a jumping point from him to have a good run for a day.
Yeah.
Tell you what, my stream's not working for some reason. Don't know why.
Gob, I agree with you to a degree about the 1-8 being filled up. However, I don't know when MVG pulled out, whether it was last night or this morning, but when I believe Chris and Chin pulled out this morning, that's a little bit tougher to fill those gaps in the morning. Pre-tournament, I completely agree that it's not a good look if they're not filled. But when someone pulls out between, I think that's a little bit different. The Royal Rumble of Dartsville, abso-freaking-lutely.
Is it me, or is that game on board 11 seem to have been going on for about an hour and a half?
Yeah, that's because of the standard isn't great. Devon's still not over the 78 average. Boise
seems to be on the
right side.
Hey up, lad. So we've got, again, not amazing standard, but over on board number 5, we've got an old Dutch affair here where Gert Nenches is throwing for the match here, up on the 145, 3 ups. He's got that break in hand over Luke Peters. And not outrageous standard, but doing enough and seems to have Peters at arm's length here. Both had a couple of visits without finding a treble here in this leg. But, there's another visit without a treble. Goodness me. Steve Lennon needs to find 5 for the match. Looks like he's missed quite a few match darts here. He's got Van Bodengard back on 48. So if he doesn't wrap this 5 up, we're going to be looking at a noble leg here with Super Mario holding the darts. So Lennon really needs to take this 5 out. And it does. Takes him 3 darts to do after what I think is potentially 7 or 8 mismatched darts there. Steve Lennon just gets himself over the line and avoids a noble leg there.
Cheeky little game warming up on board 16. Kim Hybrex against Connor Scott. And warming up on board 12, Adrian Lewis against Josh Rock. Hi, Gob. Yep, Scotty Waits over the line in a noble 6-5 win for him.
So John Henderson, what a leg he's thrown here against the darts, where he's 5-3 up. He's thrown a ton, 1-2-1, 1-3-5 to be down to 1-4-5 after 9 darts. Brown back on 191. So John Henderson's going to get a go at 1-4-5 for the match here. If he doesn't, and Keegan Brown manages to cling on in this leg here, and Henderson will get to throw for the match. John Henderson started really, really well today. Another man, Phil, that's not had the easiest of times on the Pro Tour this year, but looks to be finding a little bit of form, certainly early in the day in these matches. Can't take out the 57, which means John Henderson now comes back for 66 for the match. Keegan Brown really, really struggling to put the pressure on here and to close out these legs. John Henderson takes out 66 in 2 darts, and the Scotsman wins 6-3 over Keegan Brown here. Elsewhere, we've got a Noble on board 4 with Gordon Mathers and Jeffrey Deswan at 5 all. Gordon Mathers finds a 180 after Jeffrey Deswan can't find a treble. So Gordon Mathers, with the darts in hand and having thrown a max, looks to be in a great position in this game.
James Wade had a bit of a shocker of a first leg against Scott Williams. Not a man you want to be giving legs to, although he's filling in from the Challenge Tour. He is absolutely blistering on that Challenge Tour right now. The feature game, when it goes live, we will go with the Adrian Lewis, Josh Rock one.
So I've got 2 Nobles ongoing at the minute here, Phil. Gordon Mathers and Jeffrey Deswan, and Ricky Evans and Jake Jones, both Nobles. Jake Jones is the first to have a go at a finish in any of these matches, and he's going to get 2 goals. He's going to get 6 darts from 1-3-3. Ricky Evans can only find a 44 there. Jake Jones with 1-3-3 throws 93. Jake Jones gets down to 40. Ricky Evans back on 188. How much pressure can he put? He throws 96. Not huge amounts of pressure for Jake Jones here, but he's going to get 3 darts at tops to come through this Noble leg and he only needs 1 dart to do it. First dart in hand, Jake Jones takes out double tops. He wins 6-5, and a lot of people's pick for going very deep today, Ricky Evans, goes out in round number 1. At the same time, another player in a Noble leg, 1 dart for double tops, Gordon Mathers, within 10 seconds of that, does exactly the same thing. Comes through Jeffrey Deswan, comes through him 6-5 again, single dart at double tops in that Noble leg.
Also, Board 11 is finally freed up. Devon Peterson does win it. Took a while, but the African Warrior is into the last 64. So that one is.
So how, just out of interest, Phil, how do you think that affects Devon going into the next match? Do you think, because he's not played great at all there, do you think coming through that game, not playing well, lifts him enough to kick on a bit in that second game? Or does he go away thinking, oh, today is not my day? Like, what do you think?
I think he'll just reset. I think the important thing for him is he's through. There's some ranking points on his tally for today, and I think he goes again, and hopefully he doesn't play that badly again, because although he got the average over 80 just, wasn't convincing to say the least from Devon Peterson. So also we've got a couple of others floating around. Chizzy 3-2 down to Andy Bolton at the moment, but also Mental Sudovic has just wrapped up victory against Gert de Vos 6-1. But there's another Noble on board 7. You've got all the Nobles today.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now, and you know what? You know, sometimes someone just does the wrong thing. So Kevin Dukes there, ton threw a 57 at the wrong moment with Evans going ton 140 ton. Evans looked like he would really take the advantage there. Dukes has managed to find a 140 at the exact right time, but he's going to have to take out 104 here in this noble leg, Kevin Dukes, because David Evans is sat on 64 and will really want to have a go. That Dukes looks like he's missed double tops. He scores 84, leaves himself 20. Looks like he's come inside on double 20. David Evans will get a go at 64 for the match here. Lots of pressure on it because Dukes is down to 20 already in this deciding leg at 5-all. What can David Evans do with it? It's taking a little while. Oh, he looks, I think he's come inside double 16. David Evans scores 48, down to 16. Dukes is going to have 3 darts to get rid of 20 for the match in this noble leg. Great game here. Good averages, and it looks like it's swung really backwards and forwards through the game. 1 dart straight into double 10. Kevin Dukes brushes aside this noble leg, takes out David Evans, and moves through to the next round.
Absolutely. What else have we? Sam says, "Who's your picks to win today? The usual suspects, Price or Wright, or someone out of the blue?" I've gone Johnny Clayton today. I think the Ferret will pick the title up.
I've gone for Gerwyn Price, and I think the only person that might stop him, I don't know. I always fancy I always fancy Callan Ridge when he's got an awful draw. I don't know. I just think he's got that game that he can just sort of throw things at people. And he's on board 3, and it's a nightmare that section. It's a really tough section. So he might. I fancy Price to win, but I do fancy Callan to go quite deep and give him a bit of a run for his money. Eddie Lewis off to a flyer, averaging 110 down on board 12, Phil.
Yeah. Also, Graham says Whitlock was shocking. Yeah, look, it happens. Jimmy also says Gordon Mathers, not someone I've heard of before, but because your YouTube coverage of the Pro Tour, very useful and real. Have that. Our pleasure, mate. GG's a good player, top lad as well. So yeah, I'm just going to have a look at the live order of merit. So,
I think I was doing exactly the same thing there. So I was literally just sliding up and down. Lee Evans has just breached the top 100. That's the big news from the round so far.
Yeah, I'm just looking what. Obviously, Hendo has got some cash on the board now as well. We're looking to build on that.
James Wade levels up there, board 10. But all eyes, I'm sure everyone in the chat room, the world of darts is now completely and utterly focused on board number 4.
What, the German Giant?
They all love Gabe Clemens, don't they, mate? That's an interesting game, you know. Board number 2. Martin Schindler against Florian Hempel. Hempel goes up 2-1, but that could be an absolute cracker of a match, that, if those two are playing near their best. That could be a really, really good, entertaining game, that. John Michael takes the opening leg against Callan Ridge, and then with a break. So after me just wising lyrical about Callan Ridge there, John Michael goes 2-0 up early in this game here. Durrant first to a finish, needs double 19 to hold this opening leg. Down to 38 with the German Giant sat on 40. Oh, Durrant can't take it out, so Clemens is going to have 3 darts at double tops to break in the first leg of this match here.
Yeah.
He can't do it. Goodness me. Right, Glenn Durrant, there is your chance. 3 darts to get rid of 8. Scrappy already, this. He does. He takes it out in 2 darts. Glenn Durrant goes 1-0 up. Can we stop there?
Hey. Why did MVG withdraw? Just went home, spent some time with the family. Any info on why Chin pulled out? Not yet. Waiting for a reply. I know Dobes has Zalurgi, not COVID, just you forget when you say things now. You've got to emphasise not what anyone thinks.
Not that one.
Not that one.
Just jump in there. We've got a real good game going on board number 8. Ross Smith and Barry Keane. Ross has managed to find a break, so that lead of 4-3 is a break of throw. He's managed to get himself down to 101 here with the darts in hand. Barry on 87. If Smith can take this 101 out, he will have daylight between himself and Keane Barry. And at the moment, you have to make Smith the favourite to come through this at the moment. But really good standard of darts, it seems, between them, and a bit of back and forth as well. Glenn Durrant has gone ton 140, 140 against the darts. If Clemens can't take out 141, which he can't, Glenn Durrant is going to go 1-2-1. There was a time in my life, Phil, where I'd have had a week's wages on Glenn Durrant taking out 1-2-1 here. He throws 41. Come on, Glenn. Right, what else is going on? Merv King, early break on board 11. 2-0 up. And Ross Smith now within 1 leg. Board number 6. Everything that we all predicted would happen hasn't. And Louis Williams has found a break and is 3-1 up on Danny Noppert. Looks like Noppert's going to hold to bring that back to 3-2. But Louis Williams doing everything that we said he wouldn't do there.
Yeah. What do we know?
Up on board number 1, Vladimir Anderson goes 2-0 up in the game that has got the worst averages of the day. Vladimir Anderson and William Boland both averaging 66 at the moment. Thankfully, that's not on the stream board. We'll brush that one aside, hopefully. Glenn Durrant breaks and goes 2-0 up. Oh, here we go. We're on.
I tell you what, I'm not sure if he's watching in the chat room, but just looking at our feature game, is he developed yet, Gob? Oh, the debate rumbles on. Someone said about when the Scottish lads playing. Willie Borland in action now, as is Andy Bolton. John Henderson is through. Sadly, Ross Montgomery is out. Peter Wright has a bye as well.
Callan Ridge has picked up 3 on the spin there. He was 2-0 down against John Michael. Ridge has lifted his average considerably and is really, really attacking this game now. He's won 3 on the spin. He's just chucked a 1, 2, 3 in against the darts. Ridge definitely looks like he's lifted himself here. He's looking good here.
Yeah. Just looking, Vincent van der Voort has just missed darts to level up with Andrew Gilding. And is now a break behind, and Gilding will throw for the match against the Dutch Destroyer. Robert Owen, again, one of the stand-ins this weekend, had a good day yesterday. He is 2-1 up on Mados Erasmo, I've just noticed, with Josh Rock averaging 109. Adrian Lewis averaging 110. The winner gets 12k for today. Peter Wright plays in the second round as well.
Oh, Callan Ridge really kicking in now. I said there he's lifted his game. After being 2-0 down, he's now won 4 on the spin, got his average up to 103, and Callan Ridge has absolutely woken up. Ross Smith has found a max and a 1-3-1 there in this leg to get himself down to 36 remaining. Keane Barry hits 2 140s to put the pressure on down to 64, but Ross Smith has got 3 darts to get rid of 36 for the match here and avoid a noble leg. He can't do it. Leaves himself 18, so Keane Barry has got 64 here to force the noble leg, and he would have the darts in that noble leg if he can get rid of this 64. Ross Smith, potentially your chances come and gone, but no, Keane Barry can't take that out. 20 remaining, looks like he's come inside. Ross Smith takes it out. Looks like he's missed a match dart there, but then comes back and cleans up the 18 for Ross Smith to go through 6-2 over Keane Barry in what was a really good match. It certainly seemed to look from here anyway.
Couple of little ones going on right now as well. James Wade needs to win 3 on the spin. Scott Williams averaging 95 and a bit, 5-3 up. Dave Chisnell and Andy Bolton have gone to a decider. They are in the Noble as we speak. Also, this outrageous game between Josh Rock and... Oh, whoa, hang on. This will get Gob going if this goes in. Can he? Can he win it with a magical 9?
Surely, they can't win it, surely.
Hold on. Get ready for Gob in the chat room if this goes yellow. Can you, Josh Rock?
No.
Oh.
Anticlimax. Anticlimax.
Look, what a fabulous game that is between Josh Rock and Adrian Lewis.
Gabe Clemens has levelled up against Dozer. Breaks back. Standard's not dreadful, but I'll take 2-2. So you can keep holding, and we're happy. Danny Noppert, really, really up and down here, Phil. I've seen him throw some dreadful stuff against Louis Williams. Williams was ahead, but then Noppert, he's come back here in this leg, 140, 140, 125. Louis Williams 3 visits without a treble. So Noppert down to 96 after 9. Louis Williams back mid-300s after 9. So Danny Noppert with a really, really good opportunity. 6 starts from 96 to level this game up for all if he can get rid of this quickly. Callan Ridge absolutely flying now, 5-2 up. I said that looked like a cracking game on board too, and it is proving to be exactly that. Martin Schindler and Florian Hempel now 4 all, both averaging around the 100 mark, and that looks to be a really, really good one that I am predicting to go all the way to the 11th leg. Noppert does level that up 4 all, as we mentioned.
Chisnell took an age. Yeah, look, we've been saying it for a while. I've got concerns over the Chisnell action right now. I know me and Gob were talking about it as well. The pause at the back of the backswing is too long now. It's there and it's held too long, and that's not a good sign for me. Also, James Wade is out. The number 18 seed has gone. Scott Williams marches on in this one. Going back to my point about the throw, this is where mechanics of throw and thought process comes in, and you don't want to label people with the D word or anything like that. But Chisnell's action's never been the best anyway, but he's made it work for himself. But now it comes back, and it's a prolonged hold.
Phil, what a leg. Florian Hempel finds himself 5-4 ahead on throw. Like no one's breaking. Martin Schindler is throwing to force a noble. Florian Hempel throws a max, followed by a 140, followed by a ton to get down to 81 after 9. He looks like he's missed a dart at the bull there, I think. Oh, no, he hasn't. Yeah, no, maybe not. No, he hasn't. He's got 54 left anyway. Martin Schindler is back on 147. He's got to take this 147 out, which he can't do. So Florian Hempel will now get a go at 56 to break at the absolutely perfect opportunity to break 5-4 ahead to avoid the noble. Can't do it, though. Schindler has 50. This could go right to the wire. If Schindler can find this 50 here, Florian Hempel's doubling, lets him down there, and we do get another noble leg on my half of the draw today. So Schindler and Hempel, after going 1 for 1 all the way through this game, 5 all noble legs. Hempel with the darts opens with a 96. Meanwhile, the game looks to be very, very quickly slipping away from Glendurant after he started off the match going 2-0 up. We've had far too many visits of scores in 2 digits that begin with 3s and 4s. We've had quite a few 39s, 35s, 41s. He's just struggling with those treble-less visits again today, Phil. And after an opening couple of legs that were quite good, it just seems like he can't keep the pace at the minute with Gabe Clemens. Goodness me. Hempel finds another max in this noble leg. He's got 1, 2. Oh, he takes out 125. What a performance there, Florian Hempel. So his last 2 visits finds a 180 to put himself on to 125. Then takes that 125 out. Puts Martin Schindler out, who has again been on really, really good form lately. Martin Schindler has some great runs in these Pro Tour events. But Florian Hempel, what a last leg and what a performance. Finishes up there, Hempel, averaging 102. And he is another man, Phil, that could do a bit today. Elsewhere, because it's one of my games, I've got another noble leg. Danny Noppert and Louis Williams. And Louis Williams get off to a flyer there. And Noppert has ground this game out. 1 legs that you probably wouldn't expect him to have hung around for Louis Williams to make mistakes, and now finds himself throwing with the darts in hand in this noble leg. Danny Noppert, Louis Williams is 5 all. Noppert starts with a 96.
Jim McEwen against Jim Williams has just got underway on board 10, as are Jules Van Dongen and Eddie Lovely. Brett Claydon, Alan Suter underway on the stream. Jack Main, Ricardo Petresco underway on board 15 as well. Suter or Claydon? For me, Suits.
So Danny Noppert's going to get the first go at a finish here. He's got himself down to 145. Louis Williams back on 216, so he'll get 6 darts, Danny Noppert, from 145. Might look to set this up. It's exactly what he does, I think. Leaves himself 80. How much pressure can Louis Williams put on that 80 from 216 in this noble leg? Not a great deal. Louis Williams back on 116. So Noppert will come for 80. It's been a good match, this. Danny Noppert's come through it really, really well. If he wins this, it's a good win from being 4-2 back. Really lifted his game and put the pressure on and hung around in legs that he probably shouldn't have won.
Yeah, and
Danny Noppert takes the 80 out, 3 darts, and wins 6-5. So after looking like he was going to make us all look silly on our predictions there, Danny Noppert does come through for us there, Phil, and does justify our place on this stream.
Yeah, and look, the Louis Williams average dropped where the Noppert was just, and it was that consistency of Noppert. Louis Williams' highs are high, but that consistency is not there yet. For all those asking, Peter Wright is warming up against Scott Mitchell right now.
That could
I'm
be
still
a great
waiting.
game.
I've got a certain button ready to press, but he hasn't played yet. You know.
This is, again, board 1 is a tough watch. Vladimir Anderson up to 4-3 now, averaging 73. Willie Borland averaging 70. This one again is a really, really tough tough watch. Hard to find fun and interesting things to say about this one at the moment. Glenn Durrant's going to get a go at 118 for a break. Gets himself down to 60 though. So if Gabe Clemens can't take this 92 out, Glenn Durrant will get 3 darts to get rid of 60 to break. And Gabe Clemens can't. So Glenn Durrant now, come on, surely Glenn. He's got 3 darts to get rid of 60, break back and tie this game up 4-all and get back on throw. Surely there's 60 goes, Glenn. Come on. Yes, he does. 3 darts, right. 4-all. Glenn Durrant back on throw. I'm going to say that it's more that Gabe Clemens has took his eye off the ball there and slipped down a little bit. Glenn's still averaging mid-70s. Again, not doing anything right. There's too many 30-odds and 40-odds and then opened on his own throw there with a 59. But sometimes it's just going to take a win to get things moving. Board number 8, there's a good standard of game going on. Jeff Smith averaging 100 against Roby John Rodriguez, averaging 97. 3-2 up Jeff Smith is in that match. But another one that's looking like it's going to go back and forth and be quite a tight affair. Noble leg, I think, for you, Phil, down on board 11. It's about time you had one.
Yeah, it is. It's been a decent game. Very tidy averages from both, but Kuyvenhoven does have the darts, is the thing. And Merv King will have to find a break of throw. 97 plays 96 averages, and 80. Is that a slip? And I say that with the greatest of respects. The 80 is good darts, but in this pressure environment, that's a slip. And Merv King has found a 2 treble visit.
Gabe Clemens clinical now in this leg. He's just broke back against Glenn Durrant there. Glenn, 4-5 visits without a treble. Clemens just relentlessly ton plus, and he's scoring. Throwing for the match now, Gabe Clemens opens with a ton. It's going to take a big effort from Durrant here to force a noble leg. But if he does force a noble leg, if he can break back here, Glenn Durrant will have the darts in hand in that deciding leg. Willie Borland goes 5-4 up against Vladimir Anderson there in a desperate hope to bring this game to an end. Can only open with a 58 throwing in this leg, but Willie Borland finds that break for the match.
Oh, Mervyn King! I was about to say, what a leg from Mike Kyvenhoven. And then Mervyn King has produced a 1-5-2 to break the throw and a 12-dart leg. That, Mervyn King, is outstanding. Kyvenhoven kicked off with an 80 and we said, was that a mistake? But visits of 134, 140, 131 had left 16 after 12 and didn't get a go. Absolute scenes.
Come on. Ooh, this is getting tight now.
And finally, board 7, everyone. The Barney alarm has sounded.
Right, Glenn Durrant needs 86 to force a noble leg. Otherwise, Gabe Clemens is coming back for 32 for the match. If Glenn can't take this 86 out, he's in big bother because the big German's coming back for 32. He does, he takes it out. Right, here we go. Noble leg, Glenn Durrant, throwing for the match. 5-all against the German giant, Gabriel Clemens. Willie Borland over on board 1 finally brings that pain to an end. Wins 6-4, averaging 73 against Anderson 71. Hopefully Willie Borland comes back and moves on and lifts his game to find something a bit... find a bit more, I think, in the next round. Tam, wow, give it a rest, man. What? Oh, that's the only thing we didn't need from Glenn. Like a trebleless visit is one trebleless visit from Glenn here could be the end of this match, and he's just chucked a 44 in second. Clemens with a 95. He's got to really, that's the one thing I think he just needs to get rid of out of his game at the minute, is there are far too many visits to the hockey from Glenn Durrant that start with a 4 or a 3. Really needs to just find those trebles with a bit more consistency at the moment. Matt Campbell off to an absolutely flying start against Jamie Hughes. 2-0 up, averaging 125, which must mean he's took out something outrageous. Can't see what it was. I apologise. I was focusing on this noble leg involving the Pride of Teesside. But Matt Campbell, after getting off to an unbelievable start in his first match yesterday, looks to be doing something similar today. I think was it Matt Edgar that he smashed to bits in the opening leg yesterday, Phil?
Yeah, played really well.
Right. Clemens needs 152. Durrant down on 112. Never thought I'd see the day when I'd come close to turning the table over, celebrating a 1-2-8 round victory. if we get one. Oh, Clemens has just not done that as well. Goodness me, looks like he has missed double 12, come inside. Glenn Durrant needs to take out 112 here. Clemens is going to come back for 12 if he doesn't. We have seen decent checkouts from Durrant today. It's the scoring that's let him down rather than the finishing. Oh, only a 42, down to 70. Gabe Clemens comes back for double 6 for the match. Oh, and it takes him 3 darts, but Gabriel Clemens gets rid of 12 to win the noble leg 6-5 against Glenn Durrant. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen, being a Glenn Durrant fan at the moment.
Big Johnny is back in the chat room. John, any news on why Chin didn't play today?
Just a quick one in there. I've commented on this a few times. Jeff Smith playing really well today, averaging 100 against Rabi John Rodriguez. He's now throwing for the match. He's got himself down to 74. So if he can take this 74 out, he will be moving through to the next round. And he takes it out 6-3. A really, really good start to the day there from Jeff Smith. And the Canadians, Phil, are on the move today.
Yeah.
So thanks for that, Dan. I said Campbell must have took something outrageous out in order to get his average to there. His first 2 legs took out 164 and 116. So yes, Matt Campbell off to a similar start as he had yesterday.
Cheers, Johnny. I know Dobes had the had a touch of the overnight. Was on the old Kazi most of the night. So I just wondered if Chin went to the same restaurant as Dobes. Jeremy Price is underway on board 1. Peter Wright also underway. Remember, they had buys. Johnny Clayton is warming up. He faces Jermaine Watamina. Is MVG? No, MVG's not playing today.
Just in terms of movements on the order of merit, that long coming victory of William Ball, and that puts him inside the top 64, puts him up to 61 in the order of merit, but inside the top 64 now for Willie Borland. Just in terms of significant moves today. Is Jamie Hughes going to lose, is the question in the chat room. Oh, well, averaging 86 against Matt Campbell, who's up at 107 and 3-1 up. If Jamie Hughes isn't going to lose, he's going to have to do something really impressive pretty quickly.
Yeah. Because
Matt Campbell is looking imperious today. He's looking really, really solid.
He is indeed. It's just Daniel. It's on Friday. It's just their equivalent of a bank holiday in Germany.
Raymond van Barneveld finds himself a break ahead early in his match here. He's 2-1 up, but that is with a break. So the Dutchman looking to get off to a good start today. He's just slipped a max in on throw, looking really good early in this game here. Gerwin Price, however, is not looking quite as impressive and has been broken in his first match here, averaging just 77. So, Gerwin Price, and he's going to have to take this 113 out because Radek Sadansky is down to 36. Gerwin Price looks like he's missed double tops. If Sadansky can take out this 36, he's going to be 2-0 up. And he does. Right, Gerwin Price 2-0 down. This is not the start that the Welshman will have wanted.
Dan, I'm just going to let you fly solo for a second. I'm just going to the loo.
No problem. I'll be running off when you come back.
Good effort.
So, Matt Campbell, again, folks, I know we've spoke about it quite a bit. Jamie Hughes isn't playing particularly badly, but Matt Campbell just off again to an absolutely monstrous start. He's 4-1 up here, averaging 107, but then on throw here, starts 140, 1, 2, 3, then 140. So Matt Campbell down to 98 after 9 darts. Jamie Hughes is playing some great darts, but he's just being kept at arm's length by a Matt Campbell who is playing some absolutely superb stuff, both scoring outrageously and taking out some fantastic finishes as well. Campbell down to 24 now. Hughes back on 130. Down to 130 after 9 darts isn't particularly bad, but Daniel, is it me or does Phil wear shorts? Phil wears shorts generally. All shorts. Always wears shorts. He is a shorts man. Matt Campbell needs 24 here to be 5-1 up. Takes it out straight away. Got that average now up to 108, Matt Campbell. And he's 5-1 up. It is not looking great for Jamie Hughes. Barney, again, I mentioned a moment ago, was playing well. He's extended his lead up to 3-1 here. He's found a max against the throw. He's going to get a go at 138 to potentially go 4-1 up. See what he can do with that. How much? Oh, he's come very, very close. It looks like Barney's missed double 16. That's it, that 148 out. Left himself 16 with Poor back on 76. This is looking like it could very much be a swift victory here for the Dutchman. Poor can't take out that 76. Barney will get 3 darts to have a go at double 8. And if he takes them up, he will be, and he is, he's 4-1 ahead with the darts in hand, averaging 96. The Dutchman is having things all his own way here. Jamie Hughes needs 42 after 2 maxes in this leg on throw to try and stave off for at least 1 more leg. Matt Campbell, and he does take that out. Really good darts there from Jamie Hughes. Again, Jamie Hughes playing well, averaging just shy of a ton, but Matt Campbell averaging up at 109, throwing for the match now 5-2 up, opens with a 136. Absolutely superb stuff from the Canadian. Up on board 3, Jose Justicia, 5-3 up on Jimi Hendrix.
Just come back as well, Dan. When I left, Suits was in front. Now he's behind on board 14 on the stream.
He's up against it now, isn't he, on board 40? I've took my eye off that one, to be honest. But what I have got my eye on very, very tightly is that Gerwin Price, the number 1 seeded player today, is 3-1 behind. And yes, we know he has the ability to go on a bit of run and rattle legs off. But there is it does happen in these short form tournaments, Phil, that you can run out of legs, can't you? If he's not careful, he will run out of legs in which to mount a comeback.
Absolutely.
Matt Campbell is going to get to come back for 73 for the match here. Still averaging up at 109. Tremendous performance here from Campbell. Looks like a good match on board 10 as well, Phil.
Yeah, no, it is. And again, two players that we've seen in the live league and we've seen on the Pro Tour plenty as well. Jim Williams obviously has a card now. Edges and Jim McEwen, but decent game from both. But a result on the feature game, and Matt Campbell has gotten over the line in a good game, Dan.
Yeah, really, really good. As I said, Jamie Hughes played some great darts there. You know, he kept his average hanging around, kicking on for 100 through that. Jamie Hughes didn't do a lot wrong at all there. Matt Campbell, just absolutely superb darts from him. Scored really well, took out some beautiful checkouts. Yeah, really, really good stuff from the Canadian. But it does look as well, Phil, like we've got an interesting break of throw again on board 13.
Yeah. Look, Peter Wright only averaging 91 right now. Mitchell nearly clipping 97, just under. Good stuff from Scotty Dog here, and he has that break. Wright is going to have to find something here. And again, against Mitchell, that's not the easiest.
Oh, Szanowski has just missed double tops to go 4-2 ahead. Looks like he's come inside. Price on 77. Takes it out to break back. Szanowski there, giving himself all the opportunity, putting himself in the right places, and then just missing those important doubles that would have given himself some breathing space there. Right, I'm just going to run off for a quick minute, Phil.
No problemo. So, while Dan is there, we will keep you up to speed. Nick Fulwell back to 3-2 behind. Jose de Souza in front there. Dirk van Dijvenbode 1 behind. Only the opening leg, of course. Raymond van Barneveld 5-2 up on Hopai Puhau. Wright has a leg back, but it's only a hold of throw. Mitchell, if he can hold here, would put him on the hill. Danny Baggish 3-1 up on Steve Beaton. Jim McEwen does level up on board 10, and we are going all the way there. My pick for the day, 4-2 behind. Jermaine Watamina averaging 103. Super stuff. Hendo, Dimitri Vandenberg will be on stream board 1. Ian White has beaten John Worsley 6-3. As well, Luke Woodhouse 3-2 up on Peter Hudson. But again, not the most memorable of games. But all eyes on boards 10 and 12 as we have nobles in these. I'm going to keep an eye on Williams, McEwen. And it's a sloppy start from both players. McEwen needs a big visit to keep him in this leg. Jim Williams does have the darts. And he finds a 140, and that edges him just in front. 34 points in front. Williams has the darts. What can the Quiff find? Only 45. So this is advantage McEwen if he can find a treble on this visit. Needs to be clever with his canting. 18s should be the port of call here. 262. No, Jim. Leaves a bogey number. So, with the canting error from McEwen, Williams has the chance to do 151 in 6. A ton to leave 151. So, McEwen may get a lifeline here. It could have been worse. That error in counting wasn't the best. What has McEwen got in this noble leg? 86 to leave 80. Williams 151 to win it. And remember, Williams has the darts here in this leg. McEwen has forged an opportunity and will get a go at the 80. So for a break and to win it, Jim McEwen, 80 points. What has he got? What has he got? Will he get a match start? He should. Well, he's made an absolute pig's ear of that by the look of it. Only got a dart at the ball, which says to me the first dart went in the 5. Jim McEwen pays the price for a slack, poor visit because Jim Williams pins 91 in 3. Heartbreak for McEwen in that decider. Also, while you're away, Dan, my pick for the day, Johnny Clayton, 5-3 behind. Wattamina averaging nearly 103. Where's this come from the machine gun?
Yeah, I just noticed that as I sat back down now. Wattamina, again, to be honest, he's throwing for the match. He's open with a 40, which is not the way you want to do it. Clayton could pinch the darts back off him here, but there are still plenty of legs left for Wattamina to just pick up one of them and get himself over the line here. So that could be, as you say, a quick end to the day's activities for your pick there. Meanwhile, Gerwin Price seems to have found a way to level this game up 4-all and get himself on throw from here. He'd be a very brave man to back against him as he opens with a 140 after leveling the game up. Elsewhere around mine, I've got an interesting tussle going on board 4, where Steve Beaton and Danny Baggish are 3-all, going back for back, taking turns to hold their throw. This one could go quite deep.
Yeah, it could. Sam says, do players without a tour card still have a ranking if they play on these Pro Tours? Yeah, if you haven't got a tour card and you pick up money, you do go on to the rankings, correct?
In theory, Phil, you could win a tour card, could you not? Through your ranking money, if you got yourself high enough?
You can, if you don't have a tour card, because there was talk. Chaz Barstow almost did it. Fallon almost did it last year. If you get yourselves into the top 64 in the world at the end of the World Championships and you haven't got a card, you will then get a 1-year tour card.
Do you think Scotty Dog can serve this out, Phil?
Yes. But look, there's pressure. Mitchell starts with a 140, but right mirrors it. Well, that'll do.
Oh, same again from Jermaine Wattamina. 5-all noble leg. Watamina can only find a 59 to open. The Ferret finds a max and throws a 180, immediately pinching the darts off Watamina in the first visit. So in this noble leg, you've got to fancy the Ferret from here. Follows that match with the 140 down to 181 after 6. Clayton doing the right things at the right time, so to speak.
He looked gone. However, the Ferret marches on. Also, match point for Mitchell. 81. He's missed 2 darts. That says to me he's hit the 57 and he's either come inside on the first or the second dart at 12s. This would be huge.
Oh, Jermaine Watamina's missed 3 match darts. And you can't do that against the Ferret. Jermaine Watamina misses 3 match darts. Clayton comes back for double 12 and takes it out in 1.
Go on, the Ferret.
Right. Radek Sazanski is going to get 3 darts to get rid of 100 to beat Gerwin Price. Price is back on 156, so there's not loads of pressure on it, but he's got 3 darts to get rid of a ton to put Price out here. Oh, he's missed double tops. He's come inside down to 20. Well, that's Sazanski down to 20 with Price back on 156. Surely Price has to take this 156 out. He can't do it. Only throws a 42, so Price still back on 114. Sazanski throws he needs 1 dart to take out double 10. And Gerwin Price, the number 1 seed, who had a bye in the first round, goes out 6-4. Biggest story of the day, surely, Phil.
Absolutely. And there was a question mark in there. Can Price go world number 1? No, he couldn't. Even though Wright has gone, he couldn't. The gap was too big.
Interesting that after we talked earlier on about players that get a bye in the first round and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing and how that allows them to come into the rest of the tournament playing against players that are competition warmed up, so to speak. But Gerwin Price never looked like he was going to get ahead there. Never looked
comfortable, did he?
Not one bit. Which means we're now, Phil, we've only got 1 of the top 6 players in the order of merit in this tournament.
Correct.
And that is Michael Smith. Steve Beaton lifts his game there, wins 4 on the spin to take Danny Baggish out 6-3. So the Bronze Adonis through to the next round here today over the American Danny Baggish.
Yep. Where is it, Luke? There's 2 stream boards on PDC TV. I think it's $4.99 a month. For me, it's amazing value. You get all the Pro Tours and the European Tours as well. Will Gary be at the Premier League on Thursday, Phil? We hope so.
Quick update there of another break on board number 6 as Richie Burnett moves 3-1 ahead, gives himself some breathing space over Christoph Ratajski. Ratajski on throw can only open with a 59. If Richie Burnett can bang a couple of trebles in here, which he can, he only found a 62. However, the Welshman looking strong here, looking in a really good position against Ratajski. Oh, the Smith Derby coming up on board 8. Which Smith wins, do you think, Phil?
Ross.
Well, I was on performances in the first round today. I think Jeff played some great darts in his first round, and Smith stumbled over the line a little bit.
Yeah.
It could be a great match, that one.
Yeah. Stephen, yeah, MVG having the day off. Luke says, how is Willie Borland doing? Won his first round game, but I'm not going to hide the fact it was absolute horrific. But he won, so you won't care. 750 quid in his back pocket. Johnny also asks, what's Ian White defending this year? 2 seconds, and I will tell you. This year, Ian White is defending 95, just over 95 grand, which is 51% of all his money. Let's apply this. So this year he is defending 10 grand at the match play, 6 grand at the World Grand Prix, 20 grand at the European Championships, 10 grand at the Grand Slam, 10 grand at the Players Championships, 15 grand at the World Championships, and other little bits and bobs along the way. I didn't want to go into percentage splits, Johnny. Come on, Richie. Come on board 6. Come on, the Burnetts.
It's looking strong at the minute. Ratajski just looks to be off his best. Just looks to be on his B game at the minute, Ratajski. Oh, that's an interesting situation. Board 16, Phil.
Yeah. And it's one of those games where averages don't tell you this. If you look at the averages, you think, how's Dirk not winning? That he should win this leg back. He's missed more doubles here. Look, he's gonna have to do one of those blitz.
I've got yet another noble, as I must be going for some sort of a record today on this half of the draw. So I've got another noble between Peter Hudson and Luke Woodhouse, who, again, this is a game where the board is a mile behind everywhere else because the standard has not been particularly strong. Hudson averaging 76-ish. 5-all. Woodhouse has got the darts in hand, opens with a 58. Again, it's not been a particularly great game. Both players will probably just want to see the back of this one. And in the Jeff Derby, Jeff Smith breaks early to go 2-1 up against Ross Smith. And the Canadian is carrying that form from earlier in the day through to this round. That section of the draw is really interesting.
Let me tell you what Dirk scores here. There may be a little squeak of a break. It depends on this visit. Needs to be big. As Dark Connect takes her. Come on. No, not enough. So back level pegging. So it's an advantage Martinez, who has the darts in this leg.
Oh, Peter Hudson takes out 140 to win 6-5 against the darts. That's superb. After a really, really poor showing, averaging mid-70s.
Oh, Martinez.
Puts in... What a performance.
So much going on right now. Dirk has a slender lead in this must-win leg. Needs to win 3 on the spin. Also, on the feature game, Scott Waits and Luke Humphreys serving up a classic. Martinez finds a 1-2-1 to get him down to a 3-figure out, but it's a nice one. It's only a 1 treble, single, double combination, and Dirk blinks only 42. Tony Martinez, this is now your chance. 114 to win it and send Dirk van Dijvenbode home. Tees up tops. This would be a blockbuster from the Ober Genius. 164 doesn't go. So Martinez now has 3 darts in hand to beat the Ober Genius. Scrappy leg from both, but the advantage of throwing first goes with Martinez, and it goes. Dirk van Dijvenbode is out. Yesterday's winner is gone.
Ratajski just putting the heat on in this match now. I was saying that he was playing his B game early in this match, and he seems to have found another gear here. Ratajski broke back, then held. He's got himself up to 4-3. Richie Burnett is going to have to keep pace here because Ratajski is putting his foot down, lifting his average. Can Burnett stay with him?
John Henderson has missed a dart to break Dimitri Vandenberg.
Oh, that could be close to a big result on board 12 as well, Phil.
Yeah, Scott Waits has found a break of throw, but then only kicks off 45. On that game on the stream, Dimitri and Hendo scored really, really well, then fell apart on the doubles. Adam Gaulas takes the opener against Barry Van Peer. But looks as if Luke Humphreys' day may be run.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
Go on, Phil. I was about to say, the 180 from Waits there has put him in pole position against Humphreys. But only 26. That's like us at the Dog and Duck, 180-26. And how big is that from Luke Humphreys? 177 to tee up 32. Oh! Oh my! Scott Waits, 180, 26, 154. in 3 after Luke Humphreys had left 32 with the perfect 177 setup. That was a little bit good, Dan.
Yeah, so I'm watching some bonkers darts over here. Richie Burnett, I think he's now on 5 darts to get rid of 4. He manages to get them in the end. Ratajski busts 24. We've managed to end up 4-all here with Ratajski on throw. Richie Burnett is not going away. Again, the standard is not incredible, but Burnett just hanging around in legs and sweeping up there. He was on throw, but didn't. It looked like Ratajski was going to blast him away, and he didn't. Ratajski opens with a 1-3-4. Burnett responds 1-2-1. So we are tight here at 4-all. Next one to break wins, I think.
Yeah.
Martin Lukeman is a break up against Steve Lennon. 5-3 there in a back and forth game that's looking to be of quite a good standard. Elsewhere on this side of the draw, John Henderson levels up 2-all with Dimitri Vandenberg. Jake Jones takes a break to go 3-1 up on Willie Borland. And in the Battle of the Smiths, Jeff goes 4-1 ahead of Ross Smith. And Jeff Smith very, very much carrying with him the momentum that he's started the day with. In the all-Australian battle on board 4, Damon Heta averaging 111 to be 2-1 ahead on Gordon Mathers. Of that 2-1, he has got a couple of breaks there and is on throw now, looking to make that 3-1. And does.
Good game.
Ron Muhlenkamp now goes within 1. And Ron Muhlenkamp, Phil, is a player that seems to have really turned up to do something today. That's 2 games in a row. He's averaged really well and won. I'm saying won. 5-1 up, 150 points ahead. He's looking very much likely to come through this one fairly quickly. But could Ron Muhlenkamp do a little bit today, do we think?
Well, he's doing all right, isn't he? Look, he has the game. We haven't seen it maybe enough, but look, we all know Ron Muhlenkamp can play. A lot of love for Richie Burnett in the chat room.
Yeah, so just an update on that game. Richie Burnett, he's 5-4 behind against Ratajski. He's, again, we had the pressure on him there. Ratajski didn't sweep that 25, but Burnett was coming back for 40. But Ratajski manages to get away with it. But Burnett now having to hold his throw here to force a noble. Opens with a ton. You would still, I think, Phil, have to make Ratajski the favourite here from this position. But you never, ever know. Martin Lukeman comes past Steve Lennon 6-3, moving through to the next round. Jeff Smith now 5-1 up on Ross Smith. Richie Burnett on throw here goes ton with his first 3 visits, but Ratajski 97, 99 is staying with him. 97, 99, 99. So after 9 darts each, there is only 4 points difference between these two here. Burnett, remember, throwing to try and force a noble leg, and throws his 4th ton of this leg. Gets himself down to 101. What can Ratajski do in response? Ratajski down to 1-2-1, so they still matching each other blow for blow here. Richie Burnett will get a go at 101. Throws 69, gets himself down to 32. So big pressure on this 1-2-1 for Ratajski. Can Richie Burnett force him to serve out the match? Oh, not going to get the chance. Ratajski takes out the 1-2-1. Christoph Ratajski wins 6-4 over Richie Burnett. Richie Burnett was there all the way, got himself down to 32, but Ratajski just with that one big checkout at the end there, 1-2-1 takes the match and puts him through to the next round. Well, I tell you what, that next game following that match on board 6, Phil, Danny Noppert against Matt Campbell. That could be a cracking match, that, based on the recent form of both of those chaps.
100%. Could be an absolute belter.
Oh, Jeff Smith in a very, very comfortable victory there, taking practically no time at all to rattle off a 6-1 victory over Ross Smith there. Jeff Smith really, really playing some great darts today.
Playing some absolute fabulous stuff.
Big John Henderson, 4-2 up on Dimitri van den Berg. Now, Dimitri van den Berg was 4-2 down in his last match and then fought his way back to a victory. The Belgian is making a habit of coming from behind and starting slowly. But John Henderson has just got rid of 60 to go 5-2 up against Dancing Dimitri, and John Henderson, that was a break of throw, so now has the darts in hand at 5-2. There is no room for error now for Dimitri van den Berg. He has got to win every single leg left in this match, or John Henderson opens up with a 180. Dimitri van den Berg has got it all to do now.
We'll touch on Big John in a minute after we do this. Are we saying there were signs on Friday? He won a couple of games yesterday. He's averaging nearly 97 today. Have we got the real John Henderson back?
Yeah, well, you've got to think, Phil. You know, he's throwing for the match here. He's come to the hockey. He's thrown a 180. He's thrown a 140. He slipped a bit there with the trebleless visit, but he doesn't appear to be panicking. He doesn't, you know, looking at him on the stream there, he looks comfortable. Seems, you know, he looks pretty happy with the way things are going. I know the score's working in his favour, but he's going to get a go here, 1, 2, 3, to seal this up really early. And he gets himself, he can't ask for much better than that. He gets himself down, leaving 40 left. Van den Berg back on 176. So John Henderson is going to get 3 darts at top. Dimitri puts the pressure on with a 136, gets himself also down to 40. But Henderson will have 3 match darts here at 40. And he only needs the 2. Big John Henderson moves forward with a 6-2 victory over Dimitri van den Berg. And that is, Phil, another big top end of the Order of Merit name gone today.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Hendo fighting for his life for that tour card. And he's going about it rather well at the moment.
Jake Jones right on the cusp here of putting Willie Boland's day to bed. 5-4 up. Borland throwing to try and force a noble leg. Again, not the greatest of standards here. So we have another result in the battle of the Australians as Damon Heta comes through against Gordon Mathers to book his place in the next round. Michael Smith, very comfortable there, Phil.
Yeah, playing some really good stuff.
Willie Borland takes out 1-1-1 to force a noble leg. I was about to say there, Jake Jones coming back for double tops if Willie Borland doesn't, but as I was about to speak, Willie Borland takes out 1-1-1 and does force a noble leg here. Jake Jones will be throwing, but can't find a treble in his opening visit to the hockey. Willie Borland can find a treble or two here. He could, and he can't. He throws a 57. So again, not a brilliant start here. Got another noble leg down your end, Phil, on board number 10 on the stream board.
Yeah, we have. And look, Brendan Dolan, he's fighting. He's been gritty, which is great to see. Also, Michael Smith defeats Devin Peterson, fairly comfortable as darts games in the Pro Tour go. Let's put the Dutch Derby up.
See what, looking at the averages there between Barney and Clearmaker. 110 and 108. They have come out of the blocks flying, the pair of them, haven't they? Andrew Gilding, by the way, as well, Phil. Look at that.
Yeah. Goldfinger.
Jake Jones gets over the line in a game that he, I don't think he will have enjoyed it all there. He's been made to earn his money in that match. But Jake Jones comes through the noble leg against Willie Borland 6-5. Ryan Searle is averaging 114 and is 5-2 behind. If anyone in the chat room is particularly exceptional at maths and can explain to me how on earth that can happen, I'd really appreciate it. Because that is a staggering figure.
Doing the right things at the right moments.
That's it. Getting inches. Like he had some great performances of recent, and we have a break in the old Dutch affair. Martin Clearmaker averaging just shy of 111, 3-1 up on Raymond van Barneveld, who is not disgracing himself in the way that he is playing, but just an outrageous standard of darts in that match at the minute. Up on board number 2, another chap that got off to a good start today, Florian Hempel, after a great performance against Martin Schindler earlier is 3-0 up on Ian White, and he's looking to be making fast work of that. Andrew Gillian's average now up to 112, 5-0 up. That's superb stuff.
Tidy darts.
Tell you what, Phil, Gerwin Price going out on board 1 has flung that section of the draw absolutely wide open.
Oh, completely.
It could be absolutely anyone that comes out of that quarter. I think it's going to be Callan Ridge, but it could be absolutely anyone.
Oh, 100%.
Ryan Searle gets beat 6-2, averaging 107. That's remarkable. But you're right, Phil, right things at the right time. Gert Nenches is through to the next round today with another superb performance.
Just some unbelievable darts on the Pro Tour. Martijn Kleermaker is 4-1 up on Barney. Barney averaging 105.
Yes. Some really, really good stuff going on today. And like there's some, I have grumbled because there's been a couple of games where the standard has not been particularly great, but we have been spoilt a little bit today with some outrageous stuff in terms of finishes and averages and just general performances in matches. We've seen some great stuff.
Yeah. No, Jack, it's all on Dart Connect, mate. You can see that, and then also there's the board and all that. The board draws and everything are inside as well.
Yeah, just having a look through the draw there, I really fancy Callan Ridge to do something today. I tell you what, Phil, coming up, based on how they've both played so far today, Johnny Clayton against Jeff Smith, that's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
And Nathan Aspinall against Andy Bolton as well. There, I think that my two highlights of the next round so far, they both look like cracking games then.
Humphreys out. Yes. It was an unbelievable game. Scott Waits took out 154 to win it. Very good game from both.
Matt Campbell looking at 25 here to break back. And he does. So Campbell and Noppert, after exchanging holes of throw, exchange breaks of throw. We're at 2-2 now with the Canadian back on throw. Fancied this match for earlier in the day, and it looks like a cracker so far. They're playing really well, the pair of them. Ian White breaks back, gets back to 3-2. So Ian White lifting his game here, but then Callan Ridge up on board 3 goes 2-0 up on Jose Justicia. Gabe Clemens looks to have stepped his game up. This is not the game that we saw early in the day against Glenn Durrant, averaging now 107, 3-0 up on Steve Beaton. And the German giant is looking to run away with this one quickly.
He is. Good. The standard today has just been so good throughout. Callum Ridds races into a 3-0 lead on the stream as well as the Williams Derby gets underway. Apart from the obvious names, who else have you been impressed with today, Dan?
Do you know, like a lot, to be honest. Florian Hempel I've been really impressed with. He did really well in that game against Schindler. 4-2 up on Ian White here. So Florian Hempel, I think you can't not mention Josh Rock for just from the day that he's had so far. They're probably the two highlights of the day. Matt Campbell set off again, playing some superb stuff earlier in the day. This game, I think, as we predicted, is a bit of a tougher one for him, but still averaging 100, sticking in there. They're probably my three standouts. Now, if Martin Kleermacher can serve this game out and hold his throw here for a 6-3 win over Barney, then he's got to be on that list as well, I think, of standout performances in the day.
Yeah. Also, just that game on the stream there, Martin Kleermacher missed the ball for a 170 to win it. Unreal in that one. Also, back into the chat room. Yeah, Dirk went out as well. 21 up the bowls. Thank you very much for your donation. We massively appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much indeed. Both Canadians, yep, been superb. No, Nico, Dirk is out.
And there we go. No more Barney alarm today.
There it is, done and dusted.
Ian White sticking in it as well. You know, it just seems to keep getting broken and then just breaking back just in time to not let things slip too far away. Speaking of breaking back, again, that's 4 breaks in a row in this game between Danny Noppert and Matt Campbell. Both average around the 100 mark and, yeah, breaking 4 legs on the bounce. So that is a real back and forth tussle there. Quite the opposite from what's happening on board number 3, where Callum Ridge now extends his lead to 4 legs. Board 4, Gabriel Clemens, I commented on being 3-0 up and looking very comfortable, but Steve Beaton has put about 10 points on his average in the last couple of legs, got things back to 3-2, and is really making a match of this now.
Just change that game there. Wait for this one because it's a right little battle.
Jack May, it looks like Phil has done really well to fight his way back into something in this match, being 5-0 down against about 112 average. He looks like he's had to really fight and claw to try and stick in this.
Yeah, 100%.
We finally have a hold of throw in this match between Campbell and Noppert as Matt Campbell holds for a 4-3 lead. Noble leg for you now, Phil, on board 13.
Yep. It's gone all the way. Stu Wilson, again, a man we've seen on the live league as well as in the MAD system on the amateur darts circuit as it is now. Super stuff from him, but Mentor Sulovic will fancy his chances. Matt Campbell, Danny Noppert on your board has us gripped. Again, Matt Campbell really developing into a proper Pro Tour player.
Yeah, he just seems to be able to find a level that puts him up there with anybody in the world on these Pro Tour events. Okay, it's just finding that at a consistent or consistently. But Campbell playing some really great stuff this week, and again, he's just not letting Noppert, even when he's against the throw here, just staying within a couple of points, waiting to pounce if Noppert makes a mistake.
Yeah.
And if Campbell can find a couple of trebles here, so unfortunately can't. He's not put enough pressure there on this 108. Will just be a hold for Noppert though, and he will be running out of legs to pinch the darts off Matt Campbell. But Campbell could have probably done with putting a bit more pressure on that there. Gabe Clemens now looking to try and get things closed out. He's managed to re-establish that big lead, and he's now 5-2 ahead on Steve Beaton. Callan Ridge absolutely flying there. 6-0 over Jose Justicia. Not a huge amount coming back at him. Average there from Jose looks high. I think that's potentially just a bit artificially increased by not getting as many goes as he would have liked to at a double. Matt Campbell finds a break at the all-important moment, however, and finds himself 5-3 ahead with the darts in hand, throwing for the match. So the Canadian very much looking like the favourite here to move on.
Absolutely. Some absolute super darts. Matt Campbell on the brink, as we said, going a run around the boards. Aspinall has taken the opener against Andy Bolton, averaging 107 is the Asp. Super stuff from him. The Williams Derby on the stream is level at 2 apiece. Merv King 3-1 up on Mickey Mansell. Remember that some of the last 32 games are underway, everyone.
Florian Hempel looking like here. He's on throw 178. See what he can do. Oh my word, what a time Florian Hempel to slip in his third 140 of this leg. Takes himself down to 38 remaining with Ian White back on 166. And Ian White is going to need a miracle to force a noble leg here. Can only find a 60 himself. So Florian Hempel comes for 38. Has been one of my standout performance of the day so far, Florian Hempel. And he takes out the 38. Ian White doesn't get a chance to come back. And Hempel wins 6-4. That's a couple of decent scalps, that Phil, for Hempel today. He hasn't had the easiest of draws, but to take out Martin Schindler, followed by Ian White, that's got to do something for his confidence, hasn't it? That he's not taking out Mickey Mouse players here. He's come in and he's playing against some of the best players on the tour.
100%. He's playing some absolute fabulous stuff. how I love the Pro Tour.
It's fun, isn't it? Danny Noppert looks to be... Danny Noppert is not dead and buried here in this match, is he? He's 5-4 down, but he's definitely got the initiative in this leg. That ton 40 gets him down to 1-4-5 after 9. But Matt Campbell in this leg just not finding the form that he's played with for the rest of the day. Mind you, does slip a max in just to make me look like I haven't got a clue what's going on. And now this 1-4-5 for Noppert. He's going to have to set something up here. Because if Campbell comes big with a couple of trebles after him, the pressure will be on. And from here, with Campbell sat with 5 legs in the bag, he can't make any mistakes now, Danny Noppert.
Johnny says, you best get to Lakeside, Phil. The Pro Tour board, so and
there we go. There's that pressure I talked about from Matt Campbell. Follows the 180 with a 177. That now piles the pressure on Danny Noppert, taking this 60 out. And this is just to force a deciding leg for Danny Noppert. Can't take that pressure, was too much. 180, 177. Can Matt Campbell then get rid of the 40 for a really, really good win here? He does first start.
I'll have a look for you now.
Absolutely superb stuff there from Matt Campbell, winning 6-4. That, what a time to come back after 2 visits without a treble. Come in and throw 180 followed by 177, piling the pressure on Danny Noppert, who couldn't get rid of his 60. Looks like he's gone high on the double 20 twice there. Took the 20 out, then he's gone high twice. Matt Campbell needs only 1 dart to take out double tops. Another great performance from the Canadian.
Yeah, we'll go with this one next. No, Graham, Simon Whitlock's not at the next Euro Tour event, the German Darts Grand Prix. Didn't qualify, unfortunately. What else have we got? So today has just been an absolute whirlwind as the last 32 games are underway. Seed are getting, the seeds are tumbling as we speak. A real opportunity for someone. Will it be a first Pro Tour win for someone? Or will someone add to their tally of titles? Jose de Souza still in the number 2 seed. But call me an old romantic, Dan. But how good would it be if Hendo could win this from nowhere?
Oh, I think, and they're the sort of stories that we love on a Pro Tour, aren't they? They are the absolutely from nowhere. Really, really struggled for a win. But just on that, Phil, people who've really struggled for a win and struggled to put some money in the order of merit on the Pro Tour, Mickey Mansell, who is languishing right down deep in the order of merit, was he 3-0 down against Murph King at one point here?
Something along those lines, yeah.
And he's managing to fight his way back into a lead here. And because he's not had the easiest of starts this year, has he, at all, in terms of picking up wins and picking up prize money. But he does look like he might pick something up here.
Yeah, look, he's playing superb.
That's a cracking match warming up on board 3. 2 players that have, well, in fact, looking at what's warming up there, board 3 and board 8, Callan Ridge and John Henderson. Callan Ridge has been incredible all day. We've talked a lot about Big John and the potential he's got to do something bonkers after a really difficult time. But then Johnny Clayton and Jeff Smith, some crackers warming up there, some really good stuff.
Yeah.
Jim Williams right on the cusp there, I think, as he felt.
Yeah. Look, Scott Williams hasn't done a lot wrong, to be fair. Missed a few doubles here and there, but Williams has just done the smarter stuff on the board. Again, Johnny Clayton, Jeff Smith getting underway. My pick for the day is still in. Don't get me wrong. Survived his luck a little bit at times, but we'll take it.
It was a good win for Jim Williams. That I just had a flick over to the stream there to watch how he came through it, and he's done very well there to break that last game, and it looked comfortable in the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jose de Sousa broken early. Well, I'm very pleased to see that has been put on the stream. Johnny Clayton against Jeff Smith. I just noticed that was a streamboard game. That's an exciting prospect, because if we see some outrageousness there, we'll be able to have a flick around and see just how it's done. Mickey Mansell now just within 1, Phil.
Yeah. And look, Merv King was in control early on. His game's dipped and Mansell's has gone up. The Cyclone is not doing. I'm not sure if we mentioned this last time out, but we always get questions about Mickey Mansell's flag choice on Dart Connect. Now, we were lucky enough to speak to the Darts Connect guys at Lakeside, and that flag is there on Mickey's request. That is his choice to play under that flag. Now, we always get a lot of questions on it. Afternoon, Andrew. No, MVG didn't play today, mate.
Well, that looks like an outrageous performance again, Phil. Board 14 from Nathan Aspinall.
Yeah. Yeah, playing some really, really good stuff. Playing some really good.
So, you know what, Peter Hudson really had to grind his way through his last match and hasn't played particularly well. He's sort of just scraped his way through. He's averaging 100 here, 5-2 up on Madus Razma, and Peter's looking great. He's looking a very different player to what we've seen so far today. So just for example, I think his average in the last match he is not averaged over 85 yet, but seems to be holding on to this 100 average here, and looks a lot better than he's looked earlier in the day.
The game on stream board 2 with Scott Mitchell and Mensur Sulovic.
Oh, that's an interesting game, isn't it? Yeah, the way the draw's gone, we've got some really, really exciting games. That All Dutch affair on board 7. Now, there's two players that have played really, really well today. Standout performances, some great victories, meeting each other there in Ron Muhlenkamp and Martijn Kleermaker. That, again, could be absolute. We've got some games just getting off there, Phil, between Henderson and Rids, Waits and Josh Rock after the way they've played today. Absolute fireworks. Potentially, some really, really good stuff, both just getting underway and warming up as well. Some really good prospects here.
Yeah, some fabulous stuff. I tell you what, I just love the Pro Tour. It's superb.
Yeah, it is ace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clayton finds himself a hold. So Clayton and Smith here, again, just sort of were very professional performance from both of them, holding their own throw. Nothing outrageous going on. But on board 9, Phil, Jose de Souza, averaging 106, finds himself a breakdown.
Yeah, look, it's a funny old game, isn't it? And we've seen that. Jose, the top seed, left in the number 2 seed. But Gaulas is averaging a put my teeth back in, a mouth-watering 107. Callan Rids as well. I love Cal to bits, but can you stop this? Stop it now. Right, we haven't done this. We'll show some love. I know we get a lot in from the Oceanic region, so we'll put one of the baggy greens up for you.
I tell you what, not a bad leg to kick off there, is it? That's going well.
Yeah, good time to turn over.
That's looking a lively game. Speaking of lively games, it's someone that's sort of gone under the radar so far today. Jake Jones finds himself 5-4 up with the darts in hand here, and is looking, well, you've got to, I suppose at this point, you'd have to make him favourite to come through with the darts in hand, but really interesting prospect there up on board 1. Been some strange results on that board today.
Yeah.
Peter Hudson has come for 46 for the match. If he can take this 46 out, he will be moving through to the next round. Again, just gone under the radar, really, and he can't do it. These are 14, so Maras Razma, 14 for a hold. And he gets that, but that was just a hold of throw, and Peter Hudson, 5-4 up, is now going to throw for the match. Adam Gaulas is playing some outrageous darts today.
Yeah.
Really is. Oh, and Radek Sedansky takes that leg, breaks Jake Jones, and will now have the darts in the Noble leg. So we've got Noble here again. I've been attracting them today. I don't think I've ever had this many Noble legs on a stream before, but we have another one on board 1.
Graham says, Phil, I think Simon will be back up to his game. Yeah, look, he's not a million miles away. He's played some good stuff, a little bit inconsistent maybe at times, but he's not a million miles away.
Both just stuttering their lines a little bit in this noble leg. Both of them with a couple of treble-less visits. Jones finds a 140 against the throw, just gets him a slight lead. So Jones nicked the darts somewhat here. If he can find a couple of trebles here, get himself down to a decent finish. Pressure. Oh, and he can't. Another treble-less visit. So this is a bit of, maybe a bit of nerves and a bit of tension between these two here in this noble leg.
Hetter is a class player for keeping right at a time. Yeah, no, look, Hetter's superb. No doubting that one.
Oh, Jake Jones struggles to take that. So Zagansky has got 20 left and 3 darts to get rid of it. To move. Oh, and he busts. He busts 20. So Jake Jones with Zagansky having missed match starts there. Jake Jones comes back with 60 remaining. What can he do with this 60? Can he pinch a break and the match in a noble leg here? And he does. It takes him 3 darts to do it. But Jake Jones, we said, going under the radar, comes through that noble leg, winning 6-5 with Zagansky having missed match darts there. Peter Hudson as well, as I mentioned, just getting over the line, 6-4 against MODUS Rasma, which concludes the round of 64. So Peter Hudson, the last man to book his place in the round of 32.
Yep.
We've got a break in the game on board 6 as Matt Campbell goes 2-0 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. And as I say that, Ratajski misses darts to break back. So Campbell has now got darts, and he does take them out. So Matt Campbell now 3-0 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. And if Matt Campbell can maintain the level he's hit for most of the day today, that is going to be a huge battle for Ratajski to fight off and to come back from 3-0 down there. That's a superb game on board 3. Henderson fighting back to 3-2 down he is against Callan Ridge, but averages of 104 and 107. We picked that as a bit of a highlight game in this round, and it is proving to be exactly that. Meanwhile, I just feel we need to mention that Damon Hetter is averaging 120 as he's 3-1 up against Gabe Clemens. Some top level performances coming in today, and some outrageous darts being played. Some really, really high averages today. Early break for Scott Mitchell as well.
Yeah, look, he's going about his business today, isn't he, Scotty Dog?
Yeah, again, like under the radar a little bit in that, I don't think at any point when we've looked at, highlight performances of the day, you're probably not going to point the finger at, he's not done anything outrageous, sort of flown under the radar a little bit, but very, very, just like another from him, very professional performance, just working his way through what's in front of him and winning matches, which he does, and he does well.
Yeah. And I spoke to him at Lakeside briefly when he did the couple of days punditry, and he actually said, look, I'm playing well. He was gutted to miss the 2 Pro Tours that he missed when he got COVID. But he said, look, I'm playing well here. I'm in and around. Let's just have a look. Where is he? So he's just outside the 64 at the moment, but I fully expect him to be in there.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree. Johnny Clayton.
Just one of those ones that will pick up money constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll pick money. He'll pick money up without having to win tournaments. Won't you know? He won't have to win anything. He'll just consistently get through a few rounds regularly enough to build up enough of a bank there to keep himself safe.
I'll tell you what, John Henderson has levelled this up at 3 apiece. And look, I keep getting drawn to it because we all love Hendo. But the averages are much better. Hendo, look, this is the Hendo we all fell in love with.
Yeah, he's playing some great stuff, isn't he? He's playing, and he looked, Phil, when he was on the stream earlier, he looked confident, he looked comfortable. It looked, I'm not saying it looked easy, but he looked like he was enjoying being there and playing darts, and that hasn't always been the case so far, or so much in recent times. So that was great to see. Just a lovely there. Just Jeff Smith. It was only a hold of throw, but keeping himself in this match and forcing Johnny Clayton to throw for the game. Meanwhile, Matt Campbell, who I'm going to have to start saying is the standout performer of the day so far, is now 5-0 up over Krzysztof Ratajski. And I think people have talked about Matt Campbell for a couple of years now, Phil. We've spoken a lot about him in loads of different formats. And it is now the time, do you think? Is it? It just seems to be clicking for him recently, doesn't it? And he seems to have been finding the consistency. Everyone knew he had the game and he had the potential. But do you think now's the time where we really start to see some big stuff from him?
Yeah, no, look, he burst onto the scene at the World Cup. Then he had a little bit of a dip, got his card, and he's just not looked back, is the thing. We all know that the talent is there. And I'm getting a little bit excited now. John Henderson leads. Oh, he couldn't, could he? The Ferret gets the job done on the other stream board. My pick's still going.
Yeah, he looked comfortable there, Phil. Now, Smith didn't play the way he's played earlier in the day. He's come off the ball a little bit, but Johnny Clayton looked very comfortable. Workman-like performance there, just working his way through. Looked good. That double tops at the end just didn't look like he took a breath on it. Just slipped it straight in, and away he moves into the next round.
Yeah, completely.
Big John Henderson as well there finds a max there to follow Callan Ridge with a trebleless visit. So Callan Ridge 2 trebleless visits in a row. John Henderson slips a max in, and you're going to have to make him favourite now, Phil, in this leg to break and go within one of the match potentially. John Henderson throws a 1-3-4 to get down to 32. Callan Ridge back on 178. So John Henderson is going to come, and comes now with 3 darts to get rid of 32. Going to come for that double 16, and he takes the double 16 out. 5-3 up, John Henderson, throwing with the darts in hand for the match. A complete turnaround considering how this game started, but what a performance. Also, Phil, down on board number 9, speaking of a big comeback, that's looking like it's going right to the wire.
It is. Before we do that, there is a bagel. Matt Campbell has served it, but the noble leg between Jose de Souza and Adam Gaulas. Gaulas has the darts and starts with a 140. De Souza, only 58. Advantage Gaulas is the number 2 seed, going the same way as Peter Wright and Gerwin Price. It's another 2 treble visit from Gaulas. Only a 180 gets De Souza back in the leg. Not favourite, just involved in it. And it's only a 60. Gaulas is in complete control of this deciding leg. He has the darts and he is a country mile in front. What's he got here? 65 leaves a finish. De Souza finds a 140, but it is still advantage Gaulas. Has a minimum 6 darts to get rid of 167. He may have 9, but guaranteed 6. Does not need any heroics here. Just set this up. 99 to leave 68. It's okay. It could have been better, but it's okay. Should get at least 1 match start. May get 2. How much pressure? There's enough. De Souza finds a 134 to leave a 109. So, this is it. Gaulas, how many match starts will he get? Will it be 1 or will it be 2? It won't be the quickest, that's for sure. But 68 for Gaulas. Is this your moment? Or are you going to give the special one, the Portuguese man of scores, a chance?
Oh.
No, you are not. Adam Gaulas, last dart in hand, takes out the 68. The number 2 seed is gone and joins a long list of departing seeds at Players' Championship 13.
Meanwhile, John Henderson does get over the line. Massive pressure on him, as in that leg to try and break. Ridge finds a max, puts a 117 in. Ridge missed a dart to pinch that leg and to break back. John Henderson, massive scoring, and then takes out the 64 in 2 darts to win 6-3. And the big Scotsman gets over the line, books his place in the last 16. At the same time, there's another result there. Oh, go on, Phil.
No, I was going to say, super stuff from John Henderson. Look, we all said it was the biggest year of his career. He's fighting for his absolute life, and we love to see it.
Yeah, another good performances there, Phil. Just while we were talking, seeing the end of that game, Scott Waits threw 6-4 on Josh Rock. Scott Waits having a really, really good day today. Another man having a great day. Martin Clearmacher comes through 6-2 against Ron Muhlenkamp. Some really, really good performances today.
Yeah. Jimmy says, massive win for Waits over Rock. Waits brought back his old beard. Look, he's rolled back the years. He has played some sensational stuff this weekend. Has Scotty to Hottie. But also,
speaking
Scott
of
Mitchell has as well.
Scots, yeah, I was about to say, speaking of Scots, he just looks to have Menchia against the ropes a little bit here, doesn't he? Just seems to have his back against the wall.
Oh, completely.
I tell you what, Phil, board 11, a man who's done absolutely nothing in the Pro Tour so far this year. Mickey Mansell's on the march.
He is. Also, Clements has Heta in a spot of bother if this 1-2-4 doesn't go. And it doesn't. Has he miscounted there?
He must have done. Unless he's gone. No, where is it? Oh, that's a start mind from Heta.
Yeah.
But all he's doing now is trying to hold. He's just trying to not lose the game here. No matter what happens in this leg, Gabe Clemens is going to throw for the match.
Yeah. And also Rob Cross and Andrew Gilding level at 4 apiece. Cross averaging 107, but cannot get rid of Goldfinger. Spud King is in. How are we doing? Hope you are good. Sudovic has a leg back, but then Waite starts with a maximum on throw. Brendan Dolan 2 apiece with Jim Williams.
Pressure on Gabe Clemens, 51 for the match after finding that match at the right moment. Can he make it? Can he do it now on the break and avoid that noble leg? He does. 2 darts is all that's needed for Gabriel Clemens to beat Damon Heta 6-4. And the Australian will not be winning Pro Tour 13. The German giant moves on. And there's another man, Phil, that's right things at the right time today. Done just enough without being box office, I think, Gabe Clemens.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's just doing enough.
Yeah, he seems to have almost played to his opponent's level almost. He whilst Dozer didn't play particularly well, Gabe Clemens didn't either, and just got past him, and then seems to have matched his opponent all day. But if you can match your opponent and win more legs than them, that's how you win tournaments, isn't it? So the German giant looking good value today.
Absolutely. Graham, no, Matty didn't win today.
Do you know, we're now in a situation where halfway through the top 32, we have only got 4 of the top 20 players left in today's tournament. So is today another one of those days where we could see a completely bizarre final, and so we could see a really unusual, unexpected set of semi-finals with only 4 of the top 20 ranked players left?
Oh, absolutely.
Noble leg on board 15, Phil. That's another one that's going right to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah, Rob Cross averaging over 12 points more than Andrew Gilding right now.
Martin Lukeman as well is on the verge, up on board number 2. But Florian Hempel throwing to try and force a noble leg, but Lukeman finds a 140 followed by a 140 to pinch the initiative from Florian Hempel here. So Hempel's been absolutely...
Look at it. Anyone apart from... Let me just switch that one there. So, just looking at the race for the match play and the significance of it. Look, Michael Smith, we know is there. Brendan Dolan a good one today. He's on 29 will probably not be enough. He's only 13. So again, he needs it. Jim Williams, can he back up that win 2 Pro Tours ago? Because that would put him right in contention for the match play. Smith, we know, is there. A win for Mansell could catapult him up. Lukeman and Hempel, either one of them. Mitchell, Sulovic as well. There's so Rob Cross will be going. Gilding, Clearmacher, Clayton will obviously be going. There's so many stories in and around. Rob Cross does get over the line in that Noble as we speak. But apart from like one of the obvious ones being Cross or Clayton, so much here for that spot. As well.
Absolutely.
Campbell,
when you look there, so in that Pro Tour order of merit on the race of the match play, you're looking at the top 16 there in dark green, and then you've got over the other side positions 20, 21, and 22 all still in this tournament today. This is where those places are really, really, or certainly where players really put the pressure on to build themselves and work their way into those tournaments, aren't they? Jim Williams there, averaging 102, 4-2 up on Brendan Dolan. This is Jim Williams making a bid for the match play. This is where he's doing it, isn't it?
Well, yeah, look, at the moment, let me just refresh that to make sure it's up to date. Right, here we go. So, questions. Simon Whitlock is just outside at the moment. Again, within striking distance. Graham said if he wins one of these, it would pretty much guarantee him a place at the match play at this stage, yes. Martin Lukeman is still in, knocking on the door. Vincent van der Voort is just outside. Jim Williams, look, another win today catapults him above Adrian Lewis into 9th on that race for the match play. You'd say that would be there or thereabouts, but all the others in and around would literally put them into match play contention. Like the lowest ones being like Waits, Hendo, Mansell, Hudson, Campbell and Mitchell. A final today or a win, okay, it might not put them into the green, but it puts them just below and then right in the mix. We've still got, 17 or 18 events to go. And just a
they're another decent run away from getting right in the mix, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. It could be huge for someone today.
Right, Phil, you're going to have to excuse me for just 1 minute. Well, I'm going to take a quick break.
No worries, buddy. While Dan does that, I will keep you all in the loop. Mensur Sulovic is scrapping against Scotty Mitchell, but Mitchell now throwing for 5-3. Remember, he does have that break of throw from early on in this one. Gert Nenches, Peter Hudson, 2 apiece. Brendan Dolan has a leg back, now 4-3 behind against Jim Williams. Mickey Mansell is on the cusp of beating Bully Boy Michael Smith. Michael Smith averaging 105, but Mickey Mansell is 1 away. It is super stuff. Right, so the PDC schedule over the next couple of weeks looks like this. Players' Championship Weekend 13 is this weekend. Then next weekend, we have a Euro Tour event, the German Darts Grand Prix in Munich. Then we actually have a weekend off. Then Premier League in Dublin on the 28th. From Dublin, we go to Graz for the Austrian Darts Open, same weekend as the Women's Series. Then in May, another Euro Tour Then we have a Players' Championship weekend, the 10th and 11th of May. Prague the weekend after for the Euro Tour. A couple of Euro Tour weekends. And then I'm just getting the dates up. Then we have 3 Pro Tours in a row in early July, which will be the cut-off. Or no, will it be the cut-off for the match play? Yes, it will. So the 10th of July is the cut-off for the match play. Hi Craig. No, we're talking about the ranking stuff for the match play, mate. Of course, Premier League not ranked.
Mitchell looking the most likely now. Still, just keeping himself just in front.
Yep. Don't think. No, Whitlock won't be there either in Austria. Again, will he be in the one after that in Leverkusen? No. So Simon Whitlock will not be at the next 3 Euro Tours, which could absolute hinder him, because the Euro Tour is where the money is. That could be the undoing of Simon Whitlock. Yeah, good result for Spurs, mate. I was happy with it. Don't get me wrong, first half we got absolutely battered, by the way. How we were 1-0 up, I've got no idea, but we'll take it all day long.
Goodness, that's a perfectly timed break from Dolan, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's when you want to break. The 1-7-4 opens on me as well.
Mitchell, as I say, this is the one. Sudovic has held, and he says to Scotty Mitchell, can you serve this out? It's a good game, to be fair. Apart from the break that Mitchell got early, Sudovic has played decent in this.
Yeah, neither of them are running away with it. You know, the averages are good. They're matching each other quite well. That's key. That from Scott Mitchell, throwing for the match. We've seen a lot of these. We've seen a lot of people getting to 5 legs and then coming and struggling to find a treble. So to have the darts in hand for the match and to find 2 trebles there on your visit is big, and just gives himself that little bit of breathing space ahead of Mensah in the leg.
Yeah.
Now that is a perfect second visit to follow that up.
Yeah. And
Mensah is now going to have to find something quite special.
We're talking darts from the... Well, there's a start.
What a leg of darts.
Will that 180 ruffle Mitchell's feathers?
You don't want to better there.
Still found the treble, though. That's the important bit. It was not coming up dry.
Yeah, he will fancy this 101. That's pressure, though. Oh, Scott Mitchell has completely Robin Hooded that. That's a flick to the stream. Did you see that at all?
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
Oh,
right, pressure on here.
If Sudovic breaks here,
84.
what a leg. He should get at least
It's a
a dart of
fourth.
the ball.
You'd hope so.
Oh, my.
Oh,
Mensur Sudovic.
goodness
And
me.
Mitchell did miss a match start, and it hugged the wire of double 16. Sudovic drags the first one low. Treble 14. And we all know this goes in double 11. Clean.
Oh.
And we get the Sudovic headbutt. We get the trademark headbutt.
But then, opposite to what Scott Mitchell did filling the last leg, we're throwing for the match, can't find a treble. Opens with a 60. If Scott Mitchell finds a couple of trebles here, oh no, it's not fall apart.
That was brilliant from Mensur Sudovic. That's the kind of darts that won Mensur Sudovic his TV title and got him in the Premier League. That's that kind of darts.
Yeah.
Oh, Scotty. Graham, far too soon to be predicting the World Grand Prix players, mate. We've got probably between 20 and 25 events on the floor and the World Match Play. So too soon, mate, for that. We'll worry about the Grand Prix after the match play. Mitchell needs a two-treble visit here.
It's going a bit of strain, this leg, isn't it? Both players, really. Oh, Scotty.
Of all the times to come up dry. Fabulous from Sudovic. This has to be a maximum. Nothing else but a maximum helps Mitchell.
Ooh, ton 40.
Not enough, though, because Sudovic has 6 starts at 142. At least if Mitchell had left 141, you ask the question then. You can't set this up where now he has the luxury of doing whatever he wants with it, like that. Teeing up tops.
This needs to be a monster visit to try and force an error, doesn't it?
Yeah. This needs to leave him on a double. That'll do. That
will do.
That to ask the question.
That does put the pressure on, but he's very much having to rely on Mensur stumbling here and fluffing his lines.
And when he has,
which he does.
He's gone round the houses.
He's gone inside
10s and inside 5s. He's gone all the way round. Scott Mitchell gets a lifeline.
To 3 treble-less visits. Oh, no!
What's he done? I've got to see the stream here.
He's bust 44. What's he done that?
My guess is he's either gone 4 inside tops and hit double 15. No, he's gone. So I bet it's double 16 here, or double 11. Yeah, it had to be a wrong double. Yeah, but
Mensur also cannot get rid of his 5. Mitchell gets another go at 44.
And it goes. Ooh. Oh, I tell you what, that had me gripped. It may only be 92 and 93 averages. Oh,
gripped. Mensur Sudovic wired the outside of that double 1 for the match there. Just wired the outside of the double 1. He was a millimetre away from winning that match there on double one. Scott Mitchell allowed to come back for 44. How has he got away with that one? I do not know. A little dance from Scott Mitchell. He's over the moon to have come through that. But Menchia Sulevic missed match darts by a millimetre.
Oh, and next on Streamboard 1 will be Mickey Mansell against Scott Waits. Oh, before we'll jump back into the chat room in a second, but this one is poised. If Gerton Enches can't take out 78, Peter Hudson has 3 darts to win it. Peter Hudson does have darts to win it here. 3 in hand. And it goes the rock. So we're gonna put this one on the feature game next because this will be good. Hi, Brexham Cross. Right. Jumping back into the chat room quickly. Waits through to the last 16. Yep, I've done that one. Teresa says, what have I missed? First of all, is Fantastic Beasts good? Because I'm going to watch it tomorrow. Everyone knows I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. I'm going to watch it tomorrow.
I'm there on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I'm going tomorrow.
We're taking the kids on Saturday. I can't wait.
Everyone knows that I'm a Harry Potter geek. I love it. But honestly, seeds have tumbled today, though, Teresa. It's been fabulous, fabulous darts. A great stream, guys. Thank you very much. No, haven't found that yet. Well, happy he's through. Graham says, Phil, who's your favourite player? My favourite player, when he was playing, doesn't have a tour card at the moment, was the Asset. Still is the Asset. I just love that. What he bought, as we were saying it yesterday, he bought something different. When 2010, 11, 12, he bought that crossover that it wasn't just the dart shirt. He walked up with the tie, the glasses, the WWE crossover and everything like that. And I loved it.
He knew how to make it a spectacle, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Loved every minute of it. Oh, Gabriel Clements, John Henderson is the other stream game.
See what, Scott Mitchell has not had the easiest of draws today, has he? Goodness me. No. Like, he has had to properly work for this today. When you look at who he's had to work his way through, he has properly had to work his way through this tournament.
Oh, completely. Scotty Mitchell edging up that order of merit on to 11.5K on the race for the match play. I said it would be good. Hybrex not delivering.
No, he's really slipped, hasn't he? I thought it'd be an absolute firecracker of a match, that, and he's not quite reaching the levels that he's reached earlier in the day. Now, a man that is reaching levels that he's reached earlier in the day is Martijn Kleermaker, who's pinched an early break from Johnny Clayton. Mind you, the Ferret breaks back, levels the game up 2-all, but that game is looking tight, Phil, that one.
It is. The match play is in July, Graham. Let me confirm the dates. It's a week earlier this year, isn't it? Or is the school holidays a week later?
School holidays is a week later. It's causing me all manner of trouble.
Yeah. So the match play is the 16th to the 24th of July at the fabulous Winter Gardens in Blackpool. And I say to everyone, if you have not been to the Winter Gardens, tick it off your list quickly. because you will fall in love with the place.
Rob Cross is running riot here, isn't he?
Yeah. Good stuff. Great. Look, again, Dublin is amazing. I'll be there as well.
Martin Clearmacher, darts at 32 here to break back after a 171. And he does. So Clearmacher breaks again. Darts in hand, but 3-2 up over the ferret. Your pick is up against it here, Phil.
He is, and the 88 average is unferret-like.
Very, very much so. €30 for a breakfast.
The City West is expensive.
Oh mate, I had a crack it. Do you know, it was amazing that when I was in Leeds this week, I managed to. It's not very often I get to sit and have a nice breakfast, but I was surrounded by the great and the good of the darts world when I had my breakfast on Friday morning.
Who were you surrounded by?
Dave Clark was on the next table.
Nice.
Yeah, he was on the next table to me. I got well looked after as well. It was good. It was a nice, a decent hotel, decent visit. I'm hoping for equal.
Did your hotel begin with the letter H?
It did begin with H. Yeah. Yeah, and I have a club membership, which means they take extra care of you. Stroke your face when you check in, and they're there. And nice to see you again, Mr. Simpson. So looking forward to that. Only this week in Manchester, I've got Mrs. S with me. I'm having to bring the wife to the house this week.
Have to behave.
The problem is, Phil, these tickets are sort of 3 years old now since I booked them. And originally those two events were supposed to be several months apart, so that I wasn't have to get a pass for 2 Thursday nights in a row. I haven't got a chance of getting that. So Mrs. S is coming to Manchester and we're going shopping for the day on Friday.
Nice.
Won't be when I get my credit card statement. Johnny Clayton fighting his way back into this, not playing the best darts of the day, but in this leg, kicks off with a max. Can't quite close that out though. Leaves our Clearmaker back on 101, but if he can take this 101 out and break Clayton again, he can't. Well, the pressure is on somewhat. Johnny Clayton's got to get rid of this 10. That 5-5 can be tricky. And he busts it. So Clearmaker comes back for 20 to see if he can break him again. That'll be 4 breaks in a row in this match if he can do that. And he does do that in one dart. So Clearmaker throwing to go 5-3 up here. And Johnny Clayton potentially running out of legs. Mickey Mansell starting well in his match against Scott Waits and has a chance here to go 2 up if he can take it. Martin Lukeman goes 3-1 up, pinches an early break from Jake Jones. And Rob Cross is in cruise control, Phil.
He is cruising to victory against Kim Hybrex. Oh, maybe. We've seen this 154 go once already today. Hendo looking a little bit off the pace at the start of this one on stream board 2.
Clearmaker down to 61 with Clayton back on 220. Clayton's going to have to put in a monster score here. Puts a ton 40 in, but that still doesn't stop Clearmaker from having 3 darts at going 5-3 ahead. Oh, he can't take it out. Leaves himself 40. Clayton needs this 80 here. He really does. Dublin just not been quite at the level in this match as it has been earlier in the day. Clayton can't get rid of 80. He can only get himself down to 38. So Clearmaker will get 3 darts at tops to get rid of this 40. He needs all 3 of them, but he takes it for a 5-3 lead. And Johnny Clayton is going to have to win 3 on the spin here, Phil. Otherwise, he is done for the day.
Otherwise, he's Romeo done.
Absolutely.
We try and keep the feature game. It's not always the best game, but we try and vary it up so we see a bit of everyone. We haven't seen these two. We'll go with that one.
Where are you going? Who do you think?
Jake Jones, Martin Lukeman.
That's a good shout. We've not had either of them out today, and this game has been a bit interesting to see. Lukeman off to a good start, but Jones, that break that Jones has just picked up there, if obviously he's throwing now with the darts in hand to level it up 3-all, which could make this game quite an interesting one. Clayton, workmanlike here, 140, ton, down to 61 after 12. Clearmaker back on 2-3-1 after 12. But, of course, Johnny Clayton is just trying to hold his darts here. So Martin Clearmaker will get to throw for the match regardless of what happens here.
Well,
no pressure whatsoever on Johnny Clayton.
This is it. We were saying, though, although the ferret had to be perfect and win 3 in a row, Dan, the advantage is 2 of them are on his darts. It's not as if he has to break the Clearmaker throw twice.
Correct. And when Clearmaker's on throw and throws a 55 to open, that does hold the door ajar slightly for the ferret to nip through, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That ton 40 was important for Clearmaker. Clayton needs to find 2 trebles here. And he doesn't find 1. 59 from the ferret. Clearmaker still has the advantage. He throws a 1. Oh, that's good counting that. Clearmaker throws a 136, gets himself down to a 170. So he will have a go at this 170 with Clayton back on 202. So he will get 6 darts from 170. Will he go for it? He will throw a 130. That's superb from Clearmaker. Gets himself down to 40 points with Clayton on 202. How much pressure will be on the 40? The answer is absolutely loads as Clayton throws a 170 to get himself down to 32. Clearmaker, 3 darts at tops, needs all 3 and takes them out. And after throwing that 170 to get down to 32, the ferret is done for the day. Martin Clearmaker moves through to the next round. The ferret is gone, and Clearmaker will play the winner of Matt Campbell and Peter Hudson in the next round. There is a fixture that I would not have picked at the beginning of the day.
No, the number 12 seed departs. Jump back into the chat room. Is never going to go quickly. Jonathan, unfortunately, you won't see Josh Rock developing on the development tour because he's qualified for the Euro Tour event that weekend.
Oh, my word. What's happened there? Fulham are 2-0 down to Coventry. Didn't see that coming. West Ham are 2-0 down as well. It's all going off. Strange results all day, no matter what sport you're following.
Yeah.
These two could grind this out to the bitter end, couldn't they, Phil? Mickey Mansell and Scott Waits. Mansell averaging 100 again. The man that started the day with miles down the order, in the order of merit. Has already moved up 16 positions in the order of merit today, Mickey Mansell. The biggest mover of the day. Followed by Matt Campbell.
Talking about the football results, if Norwich beat Burnley, Everton breathe a huge, huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, that's a big result for everybody outside the bottom three. It's a huge result for everybody because it's just points gone, isn't it? Just an opportunity completely disappeared for them.
Well, it means that Everton are 4 points, which is 2 games. If it's 3 points and below, you can 1 game and you're in it, but 2 games is a lot.
Certainly is. Big John Henderson just not being able to hit a rhythm here, is he?
No. But Matt Campbell levels up with Peter Hudson on board 3. Scott Waits is in front. Adam Gowlass in front against Brendan Dolan. Aspinall leads Mitchell, but again, the stats for that game look good.
Yeah, they're holds as well, Phil. So everyone just holding their throwing that at the minute in this leg. Both kick off back to back. Well, Mitchell 140, Aspinall answers with a 140. So a really good standard here, matching each other.
Jonathan, in terms of money, yes, I agree. But in terms of the Euro Tour money goes on your overall order of merit. So it's swings and roundabouts. Although $4,000 in your pocket, okay, I get that. But that $4,000 wouldn't go on your order of merit where your Euro Tour money does. Clemens racing away, averaging 103. Look, if the journey ends here, Hendo's had a great day, though. And we've seen signs that Hendo is on the march.
And that is sometimes what it takes, isn't it, Phil? It takes a bit of something to light the fire, so to speak, and to get things moving.
Yeah.
Aspinall come for 1-2-1 for a break. It looks like he's missed double 14 for that. Mitchell comes back for 55. Big pressure on it, though. If he doesn't take this 55 out, Aspinall is going to get a goal for 14 to break. He won't get too many chances, Scott Mitchell, against Aspinall. You've got to expect.
Oh.
Mitchell looks like he's come inside double tops there.
Come inside tops and tens.
Yeah. When Aspinall takes the break and goes 3-1 up, and you've got to expect that Mitchell won't get many chances here from Nathan Aspinall. Scott Waite's taking out 106 to go 4-2 up on Mickey Mansell. Scott Mitchell can't find a treble, looks to have slipped off the boil here against Nathan Aspinall.
Hendo not done yet though. Just taps Clemens on the shoulder and says, I'm still here. I'm still fighting. John Henderson is hanging by the skin of his teeth as the Scottish representative. To be fair, if Hendo wins from here, sometimes in sport things are just meant to be.
Yeah, when it's your day and all that.
Yeah.
Mitchell needs something big here. He needs to take out something monstrous again. Aspinall just not giving him the opportunity for anything straightforward here.
Yep. Says, do you think Australia will win the World Cup of Darts?
No.
Do I think Australia will win the World Cup of Darts? No. But a lot will depend on the pairings as well. As in who I think's favourite. Yeah. It depends who the Scottish pairing is, for one. Will it be the Dream Team? Clemens does get over the line as well while we're talking about, will it be the Dream Team? Or will it be Peter Wright plus someone else? The Welsh will be strong. England will be strong.
Holland will be strong.
The Dutch one's interesting, isn't it? Who is it at the moment? Because they were all chopping and changing around. So at the moment, the Dutch pairing would be Danny Noppert and MVG.
Yeah.
I say,
but it wouldn't take a great deal for that to be somebody else. Could be Dirk.
Yeah. Look, if we're looking at it now, Wales would be the deserved favourites.
Smith and Wade is an exciting prospect, though, isn't it?
It is, but I'm not sure of the team dynamic.
No, I agree with that.
They are two. They don't dislike each other before anyone jumps on that, but they're two very different personalities.
Yeah, different players altogether, aren't they, in a lot of ways?
Yeah.
So we've got a noble leg underway. Jake Jones has been involved in some amount of noble legs today. He is doing everything the tough way, but so far has been coming through them. Now, he's against the darts here, against Martin Lukeman. He's going to need to find a couple of trebles to stop in this match, or to stay in this match. He does. He finds a 1-3-4. So, Lukeman comes for 1-6-4 with Jones on 1-3-2. This is going to get interesting, this. Lukeman finds a 95, gets himself to 69. So, Jake Jones comes for 1-3-2. Jones down to 40 with a 92. So if Lukeman can't take this 69 out, Jake Jones is going to get 3 darts to get rid of double tops. And he does. He takes that 69 out in 3 darts, Martin Lukeman. Jake Jones had himself right there, created the chance, but the chance wasn't given to him by Martin Lukeman. And Lukeman goes through to the next round.
Yeah, again, Lukeman made a little bit harder work of that than maybe it should have been. Scott Waits is on the verge of a last 8. Nathan Aspinall playing some fabulous stuff. Matt Campbell has been superb all day. It's exciting.
Campbell's had to fight his way back into this as well, and it doesn't look as comfortable, this game, as he has done throughout the rest of the day. But I don't think that is a particularly bad thing, to be honest, at this stage in the day. Waits over the line there. Scott Waits has looked a lot more comfortable there than he has done for the rest of the day as well. Match darts upcoming for Nathan Aspinall. Double 16. No huge amount of pressure on for a very, very comfortable win. What looks like bringing a very, very solid day for Scott Mitchell is now finished. And I just think he met Nathan Aspinall averaging 107. That was just a level above the way that Scott Mitchell could drag his game to this afternoon. And very, very comfortably, Aspinall moves through to the last 8.
Yeah, completely. Super stuff from the Asp. Can France... I think France may get a shot at the World Cup this year.
Yeah, you're probably right there. They're probably in with a shout.
Yeah, Australia will be Whitlock and Heta.
Oh.
Interesting scene. So 2 places left in the last 8. They are both level at the moment. Big. Wait a minute. We can put both as feature games. 2 seconds. My bad. Please forgive me.
That was a really important break there from Matt Campbell to get himself 4-3 up. Really important break because now he's got the darts in hand. Peter Hudson is going to have to go against the throw. Campbell just picking the right moments to get himself ahead. Matt Campbell throwing here. with Peter Hudson for a chance to play Martijn Kleermaker in the last 8. Some very interesting quarterfinals.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the most interesting one is going to be Nathan Aspinall against Rob Cross.
Because one of them goes. So there's a huge...
That's it.
One of them knocks each other out. Huge opportunity going there.
So we've only got 2 members of the top 20 left in, and they play each other in the quarters. So we are guaranteed to only have 1 member of the top 20 through the semi-final.
Dolan's still in at 15 at the moment, but he may depart shortly.
15th?
On the Pro Tour order of merit, he's in 15.
Yeah, sorry, I've got it. I had the PDC. I had the order, the full order of merit open then. Oh, Peter Hudson will have to take something monstrous out here. Gives himself a chance. If Matt Campbell stumbles here and can't take the 40 out, Hudson's poised ready, but based on today's performance, you'd back Campbell, and there he doesn't disappoint.
That's top class from Matt Campbell.
Hudson now is going to have to win 3 on the bounce here. Campbell will, no matter what happens, get the opportunity to throw for the match.
But Hudson just saying to Matt Campbell, I'm going to make you serve it out here.
Yeah, he's not going without a fight, is he? Absolutely not. Hudson's sticking in, and like in that last leg, Matt Campbell had to take that out the first time he come for a double. Because if he didn't, Peter Hudson was sat there on 40 points, breathing down his neck. So he is, whilst he's got that break, Matt Campbell is ahead. Peter Hudson is not making life easy for him. And if Campbell's going to have one off, I suppose this is the one he can do. He can have this leg off. But if he doesn't close this out in the next one, he gets broken. This could get really interesting.
Yep. But also, Gaulas 45 to send us all the way in that one as well. Oh, what a way to win it this would be.
Just imagine.
Gaulas does send us the way. Dolan has the darts in the decider. But Matt Campbell, could you?
No, not close. Hudson was on. He had to go for it as well because Hudson is coming back for double 8 now. And if Hudson can hit his double 8 and break back, very, very different prospects. So Matt Campbell, you've got to think, has to get this game done here, because if he does get broken, Peter Hudson will have the darts to throw in that noble leg. So it is now, you've got to think for Matt Campbell.
Yeah. And like we say, every treble is like a nugget of gold. However, on the other board as well, trying to keep up with them both, Gaulas has set up a break opportunity to win it. Dolan has the darts, but Gaulas is about to steal them off of him. Is the door slightly ajar? Cheers, Ben. Thank you. Oh, Hudson slipped. The door. There was you You know when the door's slightly ajar and you just got that little crack of light, you can just see a glimmer of it. The 81 from Campbell gave Hudson that little glimmer, but a 43 is a slip.
Needs 2 trebles here, at least. There you go.
Right.
Fighting chance.
Now Campbell needs to respond. And does
Meanwhile,
respond.
Brendan Dolan's had 2 treble-less visits here. Needed that 140 to get down to 101. Gowlas back on 183. So Dolan's going to come and get a go at 181.
Matt Campbell, your moment. Shanghai. Oh!
What a finish.
What a game.
What a finish.
Matt Campbell.
And it is for reasons like that, like the 167 checkout earlier on, the Shanghai in a noble leg when he needed it. Like Matt Campbell got to be performance of the day so far. Absolutely superb stuff there. Oh, Brendan Dolan misses a double for the 101. Goodness me, that was close. But Adam Gowlas is going to have to take this 140 because Brendan Dolan is down to 10 points. He gets 108. Gowlas down to 32, needing double 16. But Brendan Dolan is coming back for double 5. Double 5, as we know, is a bit tricky if he comes low. But can Brendan Dolan get this done in the deciding leg? First dart, first time of asking at double 5. Brendan Dolan puts a stop to a great day from Adam Gowlas. He's played some superb stuff. But Brendan Dolan just takes that double 5 out at the end there. Couple of really, really exciting finishes to a couple of nobles there, Phil. Great darts.
Super stuff on the games. So we put both of them up for you. Well, I tell you what, I love the Pro Tour when it's like this.
It's been a particularly good day today in terms of performances and people doing interesting things and some really good matchmaking. The way the draw's gone is, I mean, it's been particularly fun. Some really good stuff. And that is on board for there. Nathan Aspinall against Rob Cross. Going by the way that they've both played, the averages those two guys have posted today, absolutely cracking match and a really, really interesting prospect there.
So the quarterfinal lineup is complete. The 2 stream games, Streamboard 1 on PDC TV, will be Nathan Aspinall against Rob Cross. Streamboard 2, Matt Campbell against Martijn Kleermaker. The other 2, Martin Lukeman will take on Gabriel Clements. Brendan Dolan against Scott Waite. What a lineup!
It's a great draw. Now, I've got to be honest and say that top half of the draw, Lukeman, Clemens, Campbell, Kleermaker, is a bit more like, you know, that it's the bigger names, if you like, are in the bottom half by and large. Cross, Aspinall, Waite, Dolan. Some big matches there.
Well, put it into context. Right. Top half and bottom half. Bottom half first. Brendan Dolan. We all know what he's done on the TV and won PDC titles. Scott Waite, a double world champion and won the Grand Slam of darts. Nathan Aspinall has won TV titles. Not title, there's an S on the end. Rob Cross, former world champion, former world match play. One of them making the final would not be a surprise. However, one of Martin Lukeman, Gabriel Clements, Matt Campbell and Martijn Kleermaker will make the Pro Tour final.
It's a big opportunity for all 4 of those players. I know Gabe Clemens is, you know, in terms of order of merit and experience in the, you know, on the circuit, if you like, is the standout player in that half of the draw. But this is the best opportunity he'll probably get this year at a title.
Well, here's one. Martin Lukeman is 1 win away from going into the dark green for the World Match Play. The man that only secured his tour card for the first time, was it last year? The second year on tour. So he's what is he? 14, 15 months into his PDC career, and he's 1 win away from going into the dark green on the race for the World Match Play. Ditto that, Martijn Kleermaker is now within 2 wins of going into the dark green. Doesn't need to win it. A final puts Martijn Kleermaker into the dark green. Matt Campbell started the day on 8.75, and again he's a couple more wins away, although he can't make the dark green, from putting himself slap bang in contention for it. It's unreal. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to these getting up. And we're already underway on board one. Lukeman and Clemens are away. They are not messing about, are they? They're getting on with it.
They are. And oh, Jamie, the Scott Waite's beard is a marvellous thing.
He's found a way to work it into a remarkable point that's very impressive.
Yeah. Oh. Truly remarkable.
Oh, Nathan Aspinall straight into the bull and will have the throw in this match. And that could be a very, very important factor in this match, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay, Clemens not messing about at all. And he's already 1 leg to the good against Martin Lukeman.
Ben says, I'm going to watch board 2, the stream from Matt Campbell. Yeah, I've got it up on my laptop, and I've got both stream boards up running parallel.
I think we could see something potentially quite special between Aspinall Cross. They've both posted at different times today utterly bonkers averages. They've both played an average 107, 108 and looked superb at times. We could see an absolute barnstormer of a match.
Yeah.
A slobber knocker, if you will. Lukeman just falling behind early here. He's lost the first leg, and then he's had visits of 58, 41 and 22 so far, with Clemens dropping a 140 and a ton. He's the first to a finish with Lukeman back on 299. Martin Lukeman not able so far to find the form that's got him to the dance.
Yeah.
Cross having double trouble there, Phil.
Just a little bit, yeah.
He seemed to be down to a finish early, and when I look back, he still hadn't took it out. Gabe Clemens breaks early. That was a really poor leg from Lukeman. Couldn't find a treble a few times. Clemens just going about his business.
Are you going to watch the WDF stuff afterwards, Dan?
Well, it's a bumper day for sport today, isn't it? I got up early. I got up this morning and watched the Grand Prix, and then I managed to have half an hour off watching sport to come and join you on here. And then following here, I'm probably just going to try and sneak in the second half of the title decider in the football. And then the darts is on after that. So a proper bumper day of sport today. And I've got the boxing recorded from last night. So it's what a Sunday for me.
Decent.
Yeah, I think the coverage has been good. I've enjoyed it. What's been quite interesting, obviously, if you're a darts fan in the way that we are, you sort of always know what's going on. And also you sort of, you're set up in which to watch darts when it's on. So, so I've got Sky Sports and I have the various different subscriptions. That means I can watch the darts when it's on. I think, there's people I know, members of the family and stuff, that are like casual darts fans, and they're not going to take a subscription out to watch darts. So they're not going to, but when it's on TV and it's free, they'll have a look and they'll put it on. And I do think, whilst the money that comes from premium and subscription, channels is obviously massive and hugely important to darts, I think it's always good. And we get those couple of tournaments that we get on ITV4. Anytime we get something on free TV, I just think it helps bringing in the casual viewers, regardless of what tournament it is or who's playing. I just think the more people that watch darts, the better.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been good in the main. Just looking at the odds, I backed Kirsty Hutchinson each way at 30-1, so I'm quite happy that she's in the final. But I think 1-8 is a little bit. Although Bowie should be the favourite, I think 1-8 is a little short.
Yeah, I probably agree with you on that. I think you're probably correct. And the other thing as well is, which I've completely forgot, is because it's been a bit of a one-off race, is the golf's on as well. So once all the sports finished, once all the lives, and because they're convenient enough to have a time difference, that means once all the other sports finish, they're just getting interested. It could be a late one in Simpson House today.
Yeah.
Gabe Clemens is off to a flyer here. Again, we're not doing anything remarkable or special, but Luke went off the board a little bit. Clemens has got those 3 legs in the bank. Lukeman, you've got to think, is going to have to pick a leg up very, very quickly. There's a nice max in there from Rob Cross and a good time to throw it, but still finds himself back on 184 with Aspinall coming for 56. So he's going to need to put big pressure on this 56 and hope to force an error. He doesn't put big pressure on the 56. He can only find 58. So Aspinall comes for 56. Cross back on 126. Aspinall, I don't know what he's done there. Potentially gone high twice on double tops. But under no real danger, we're Cross on 126, unless we see another superb Bobby checkout, which we don't. So Aspinall comes again with 3 darts at tops to go 3-0 up here. And he takes them. So the Asp is 3-0 up. Meanwhile, over on board number 2, Matt Campbell wins the opening leg. holding his throat.
Just so much to like. The Matt Campbell throw is so solid. And look, I like Clearmaker, but I always feel there's a wobble. There's a clutch of missed doubles in him, as we've seen on the Euro Tour and stuff like that. I really like him, but there's always a chance for me that if you can keep yourself in touch, it'll give you opportunities.
Yeah, definitely, and that is, I suppose, that is really the flaw is giving. He is a great player and a nice chap as well. I had a pint with him I had a pint with him in Minehead, and I thought he was a lovely guy. But you're right. If you can stay, if he gets himself down to a 2-dart finish, and you can get yourself on a 2-dart finish, quite often you'll get a go at it. He will open the door and let people in when he could put legs to bed, and that is really what's missing, I think, from his game. Because in terms of the rest of his game, he looks good a lot of the time. If you can just find that bit of consistency towards the back end of legs, then he could be a real force for the next few years.
Yeah, completely.
What has happened, Phil, after the performances we've seen all day today? What's happened to Rob Cross? Why is he averaging 79 here? I mean, Aspinall's only averaging 80. Like, this is not a box office game I look for.
And now he's overthinking it.
God, I've just had a look back there. He's having a right argument with himself internally, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, frustration's definitely creeping in. If Martin Lukeman's going to do something, it's going to have to come quick, innit?
Clemens is in control. Lukeman needs to find a spark from somewhere, somehow.
Yeah, and whilst he's looking favourite in this leg, if Clemens holds after this, there is no room for error there for Lukeman. Because we are still playing first to 6 at this stage of the tournament, and Gabe Clemens is coming quite close to that mark.
Yeah, completely.
Oh, Nathan Aspinall gets himself down to 120. Going to have to come back. He's going to come back for Shanghai. Let's see what pressure will be on that 120, if any at all. Cross gets down to 94 after a 134. So Aspinall want to take this out. He's not under huge pressure. And don't forget, this is for a 5-0 win. Looks like he's missed tops there. Bobby Cross comes for 94. He can't find that, so Aspinall will get another go. Yeah, he just come inside there. Aspinall, but he's going to come for double 10. Oh, chance here for a break for Rob Cross. Could this be the catalyst to a bit of a resurgence here, a bit of a comeback perhaps?
Possibly, yeah. Jamie, I think there's 30 Pro Tours across the year this year. Martin Lukeman, has he just found that little bit of a spark?
Yeah, I was just about to say, Phil, I think I said a minute ago, if he's going to do something, it's got to be now. And then he's he's won that leg, and he's staying in it here, isn't he? He's putting the pressure on Clemens. That's not what he wanted to do, though. That again has just allowed Clemens to set something up here, set himself up with a finish. Well, that's not what he wanted to do either. Sit just a 60. It's no setup at all.
No.
But again, we need a big visit here from Lukeman. He's forcing himself to, again, not good enough. Brendan Dolan takes an early break against Scott Waits and then moves 3-0 up. So, of the 4 quarterfinals that we've got here, Brendan Dolan looking our most likely semi-finalist at the minute, with very little coming back from Scott Waits.
No, there's not.
Perfectly timed. Max from Aspinall comes for 41. And he takes 41 to break Cross again. Cross way behind him on a score there. And now Nathan Aspinall has the darts in hand to throw for this match here. And after a absolutely superb performance today from Rob Cross, just looks to have lost his way a little bit in this match.
Yeah.
Matt Campbell needs 10.
Not at all. There was a lot of good players there. These boys have just beaten them along the way. That's what Pro Tour darts is. That's what Pro Tour darts does.
Oh yeah, there was, we had some, Peter Wright took a hiding. Michael Smith was there. Gerwin Price was there. James Wade was there. Jose de Sousa was there. Johnny Clayton's there. Dimitri Vandenberg. They're all there. They're just not still there.
Yeah.
They've all packed the car up and they're away. Because these guys put them out. That is a really, really big break for Martin Kleermacher. As he breaks the throw of Matt Campbell, goes 3-2 ahead, then opens with a 140. Campbell now, probably for the first time today, finds himself on the back foot, up against it, having to really fight to stay in this.
And he'll be annoyed because he had darts to win the leg, Campbell. It wasn't a tidy break. It was punished.
No. Whoa, Bobby Cross takes out 88 for a break back. And if he's going to come through this, he's going to do it the hardest way possible. But Rob Cross now is mounting a bit of a comeback. Speaking of comebacks as well, Martin Lukeman tightening things up against Gabe Clemens.
He is.
He missed his opportunities there. And Clemens now breaks again and is throwing for the match now, Clemens. Brendan Dolan putting more and more distance between himself and Scott Waits as he moves 4-0 up. In what looks to be his most straightforward match. Waits on throw, but can only find a 60 with his opening visit. And Brendan Dolan is looking really comfortable here now.
Yeah, he is.
Campbell with a chance. Oh, Matt Campbell breaks back with a 67 there. Lovely, lovely stuff. Was a perfectly timed max from Nathan Aspinall there.
It was.
Now, Rob Cross needs to get to a finish here. And that is not the finish that he wants to get to. Rob Cross throws a 59 and gets himself to 170. Match starts for the Asp, and he's double tops. He's got 3 darts to put this game, and he can't do it. Nathan Aspinall has another chance to put this game to bed. And he's making Nathan Aspinall fight for it here. Takes another leg back off it.
Campbell goes within 2 of a Pro Tour semi-final.
Does, and the standard in that game, Phil, just seems to be lifting ever so slightly. They both stood a little bit towards the beginning, and there was some missed darts at doubles, and both just seem to be lifting their game a little bit here. Possibly the opposite is happening with Clemens and Lukeman, who just seem... Lukeman now is coming for double 1 to break. Lukeman trying to stay in this match.
This is a big, big moment here.
I tell you what, to take that in 1 dart as well, he's been very brave. He's gone right at it. And now
Clemens was in complete control, and now Lukeman has the darts to level us up. And again, with the greatest of respects, we've seen Clemens blink under pressure.
Oh, has Nathan Aspinall just missed the ball for the match?
I'll tell you in a second.
Down to 25. Yeah,
I reckon so.
Rob Cross
I reckon he's
for 122.
I reckon he's plonked one in the 17. Then he's gone 20. Yep, 17.
Cross is there. He's hanging around.
Oh, it was close as well. Aspinall knows it. Matt Campbell has broke.
Nathan Aspinall
Matt Campbell
is the first semi-finalist.
And Matt Campbell is a leg away from joining him.
That's a perfectly timed break, isn't it?
Right.
Just allows himself to get away and then serve before the match, so to speak. Campbell's first 2 visits through him for the match are a ton, so he keeps control of this match.
Right, we'll put the conclusion of the Matt Campbell one up, and then as soon as that one's done, we will fire the Brendan Dolan Scott Waits one over as well. Oh, Clemens gets over the line. I'll say he didn't want that final leg, did he?
No, that 170 from Campbell's big, 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 big. Just keeps the pressure off and stops him having to get too embroiled in a slugfest.
Yeah. So Clemens and Aspinall into the semi-finals. Dolan and Campbell both on the cusp. Match starts incoming for Matt Campbell. Match starts taken for Matt Campbell. We have a Canadian into the semi-finals of Players Championship 13. Matt Campbell defeats Martin Kleermacher 6-3. 1 place left. And it looks as if the history maker is going to complete the lineup, Dan.
Yeah, he is right on the cusp now. Scott Waits is on throw, but Struggled to find a treble on his second visit. Dolan comes in, ton 140, ton gets to 161 after 9. With weights back on 204. So Dolan will get 6 starts from 161. He's probably going to look to set something up here. Let's see what he sets up and how close he can get to come back for the match. Oh, he throws a 60, gets himself to 101. Scott Waits, if he throws something massive here, could put the pressure on a little bit, but it's going to have to be big. 104, probably not enough pressure that he wanted to. Don't forget, Waits is going to have to go on an absolute tear-up to stand any chance if he does win this leg. But will he even get another throw is the question. And the answer is no, because Brendan Dolan takes out that 101. He wins the match 6-1, looking very, very comfortable. They're probably the most straightforward game he's had today, the history maker. And we now have our semi-final lineup. And we have Gabe Clements against Matt Campbell. And we have Brendan Dolan against Nathan Aspinall.
Yeah,
and I suppose
the streaming boards, they'll flip them around as well. Matt Campbell will go to board 1 against Clements because he's just played on board 2, and Aspinall played on board 1, so he'll go to his semi-final. Will go to board 2 against Brendan Dolan. But should we get a cheeky little poll up in the chat room?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what people's, because I think at the minute, and I'm judging the chat room here, because I think there's a heart and head decision here for everybody. Because I think the heart of the chat room thinks one person's going to win, and the head thinks someone else. I'd be interested to see what they all come back with if they're honest.
There we go. Poll just going up now. So, what's your head and heart saying, Dan?
Heart says Campbell, head says Aspinall.
I don't disagree.
I think that the way that he's played today and the way he's gone about his business, the logical winner in terms of who wins this darts tournament is Nathan Aspinall. But I think that, like a lot of people, I would very much enjoy seeing Matt Campbell win it. That's what I think I would enjoy the most.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It is a proper heart versus head. What Aspinall's been through with the injury and whatever, it would be a brilliant feeling for him.
It's out of the blue, I think, as well, in that because of that injury and because of what else is, the other stuff that's been going on, I have not seen anybody mention his name, certainly pre last 32 today. If you went back through the chat room, no one's come on at 12 o'clock today and picked Nathan Aspinall, have they? So it has come a little bit from nowhere.
Yeah, I can't wait. Clemens averaged 92.31. Campbell 91.45. Dolan 90.57. Aspinall 94.17. There's not much between them in terms of the averages they threw in the quarterfinals. Remember, it goes up a leg in the semi-final. Have to win 7 in the semi-final. Yeah, Jimmy, absolutely. I don't think the Dimitri match was streamed, so you won't be able to watch it.
I tell you what, is an interest. I mean, that poll has interested me, actually. It's not as heavily weighted as I thought. Seems to be a healthy amount of people who are picking Gabe Clemens and Brendan Dolan, to be honest. Like, it's quite a decent spread. I didn't expect that. Huge strides up the orders of merit, though, today for Matt Campbell, isn't it? Huge progress made. If he can win one more match, get himself into the final again, it's another huge big jump. You just look at the people that he's passing. They are the people that he's competing against for spots at the match play, and think it's just he can make huge strides in a day if you're at that end of the at the order of merit earlier in your tour card holding phase.
Oh yeah, completely. And look, the way he ripped up the Challenge Tour as well, it's not a surprise.
Absolutely. Oh, not one bit. No one's going to be, and that's the thing, it's not a surprise that he plays incredibly well, and it's just that I think we've been waiting for a moment almost where his game sort of all comes together and kicks on at this level. And I know he did incredibly well on the Challenge Tour, but it's very different, these events, aren't they, Phil? Certainly to put together some good performances and link them up, the players that you're meeting at these events and the draws you've got to come through. But I'm hopeful. I think by the sounds of things, a lot of other people are as well hopeful that this is the moment that he really starts to kick on in the tour and progress. Keep climbing up that order of merit.
Aspinall was in the final a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he was, but obviously the injury, you don't know how it's going to flare from one week to the next. But it looks as if he's found a way to play with it, which I think is the important thing.
Yeah, I think you did right there, Phil. He's learning how to manage it. Not so much in managing the injury, but managing his game and managing how that injury fits into his playing of darts.
Oh, completely. Yeah.
Right.
Both games probably a couple of minutes away. Might be too long.
Yeah. Can't be.
Final day of Pro Tours. No one wants to hang around. They all like to get on with it.
We do seem to find things expedited ever so slightly on a Sunday afternoon, slightly less in terms of gaps between games towards the end of the day on that Sunday.
Yeah, it's like, quick, we want to get home, hurry up. Yeah, just looking at the poll now. Aspinall is the favourite, but the rest of them, not much between them at all, Dan.
No, it is rare, to be honest, and I suppose it shows the players that we've got in there, it is rare at this stage that we put up a semi-final poll and we get such an even spread. You know, Aspinall is slightly ahead, but it's, you know, the rest of them you can sort of toss a coin on. Really good mix, really good result. It's been a really cracking day today, and it does. I mean, there's always something. It always gets a bit exciting when, you know, by the time you hit the round of 64, there's no one in the top 5 left, you know, because then every match you sort of look at and you think, well, anything can happen from there, and it does make things interesting, and that's what we've had all day. But we've had some absolutely superb darts played. Really, really top level stuff today. We had some really good games. The draws worked out well, where we've had some good matchups just in terms of stylistic matches and things like that. Some good stuff come through on the stream. It's been a really, really good sort of good example today of what a really good Pro Tour event can be like. It's been great.
And on the plus side, Manchester City are in front.
Are they really already? Goodness me, that must have been quick. Kevin De Bruyne. Well, now. That's big, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big start.
I just look at that. I never going off darts yet, but I just looked at the midfield lineup, and when you see De Bruyne, Rodri, and Bernardo Silva, you don't see the other team getting a lot of the ball.
No, that's what they've done, haven't they? They've set up. I was just having a look at that myself there to see who they'd gone with, and everyone that's a bit loose isn't playing. Grealish is great, but he's a bit loose. Mahrez is a bit loose. They're going to keep the ball, City, aren't they?
Yeah. Clements Campbell now showing us warming up.
Whoa,
we're not far away.
Go.
Here we go. I'm looking.
Trying to take one each here, Phil.
Yep, you get the pick, mate. Which one would you like?
Tell you what, I'll take the bonkers top half. I'll go with board one. You can have the Dolan and the Asp. I'll take Clemens and Campbell.
Not a problem at all.
See what I quite like about these is I haven't even got a clue how this game's going to go that I'm watching it. It could be, I sort of feel like it could be like 7-0 either way, or it could go to another leg, or they could both average 80, or they could both average 107. I just think it could. I like the idea of that. I love the idea that I've no idea what's about to happen.
We saw from the quarterfinal, Clements in the early stages bossed Martin Lukeman, but almost allowed himself to get drawn into an absolute dogfight he didn't need to be in.
Yeah, and I think that's where, if Clemens comes out well, that's almost where Matt Campbell's got to drag him here, isn't it? I feel a little bit like that's what Campbell's got to do, is he's got to drag him into a fight, and sort of grind it out and make him really, really work for it. Because what we've seen from Clemens is when he's got away in games, he's sort of kept his opponents at arm's length today, and he's gone well. But he's looked most vulnerable when he's been dragged into a bit of a back and forth slug match. So that's what Campbell's got to force on, I think. An early break either side could be absolutely vital in that game with Clemens and Campbell. It looks like we're underway in that one.
We're underway in both. Semi-final time. Strap yourselves in, everyone. This is going to be good.
Just don't forget, everyone in the chat room, we've been playing 1st to 6 all day today. We are now in this stage in the semi-finals playing 1st to 7. So don't get too excited and celebrate early when the player you are cheering for hits 6 legs. They are going to need 1 more in this match than they have needed so far today.
Don't do a go in price.
Yeah.
Dolan has the darts in mind and has started the stronger. Aspinall not settled as of yet.
This one again, just a bit up and down. We've had some 2 treble visits and some no treble visits. Nobody quite able to stamp their authority on it just yet. This could be massive if Campbell takes out this ton to break the first leg. And he does. Matt Campbell takes out 100 with Gabriel Clemens waiting, surely assuming he was going to come back to clean that up and take the first leg. But Matt Campbell breaks in the first leg of this match. Clemens there sat on 36, surely thought he was coming back for a go at it, but no. 2 darts, treble 20, double tops, and Matt Campbell pinches the initiative straight away. Gabe Clemens then can't find a treble in his first visit.
Matt Campbell's canting has really impressed me as well. Liverpool equalised. That's a shame.
Yeah, I was about to say, for those interested in the Premier League, the title decider is going to swing backwards and forwards, it seems, as much as some of our matches have here.
Aspinall breaks. Dolan was in control, and then the wheels fell off, and Aspinall punishes.
So that 180 from Clemens, whilst well timed, come a bit late in the leg, and Campbell is going to get 6 darts from 164. He'll look to set something up here. Again, a couple of times today, when he's had the chance to set something up, he's made life a little bit harder for himself, Campbell, than it needed to be. A treble there would have put him really in the driving seat in this, and ton 19 answer from Clemens there puts pressure on this 106 for Campbell.
Oh.
Not enough pressure.
Taking out tongue toppers for fun.
Right, that is 2 legs, 2 ton plus finishes for Matt Campbell. He is absolutely well up for this semi-final. 2 legs, 2 ton plus finishes, averaging 104. Matt Campbell is putting down markers on the Pro Tour. It looks like Gabe Clemens, the big German, is going to have to come up with some of his absolute best darts to get through this.
Nathan Aspinall has also raced into a 2-0 lead. That one was a hold, and it was convincing hold as well. Dolan is up against this now. Only starts with a 40. A double break could be catastrophic for Dolan.
Campbell's going to want to pressure this 112. 2 trebles here is a big visit for Campbell. No trebles at all. Oh, I think Matt Campbell has just missed double tops for a 140, which would have been his third ton plus out in 3 legs.
Let's have a look at the streak.
He's going
Does
to
he
get
wire the double? First treble 20 is cleaner. Oh, cheeky! He went 60. He went for tops.
He went for tops off. The first tops was in. He pulled the second one, but Gabriel Clemens just could not come and mop up that leg. He was given a chance, but he couldn't mop it up. And Matt Campbell breaks again for 3-0. So Matt Campbell 3-0 up, 2 breaks a throw, 2 ton plus finishes. And then here on throw, he opens up ton. Gabe Clemens has got it all to do.
Oh. Dolan looks at 60 for a hold, and it's a needed hold. And it doesn't go, which leaves the door open for Aspinall on 88 for a double break of throw. Remember, Dolan's at a maximum in this leg as well. It doesn't go. Aspinall misses the ball for the break. And Dolan holds and gets a foothold in this game. Speaking of footholds in yours, Clemens, this may have to go, Dan.
Yeah, 127. That's the thing, is he's just under pressure all the time, Clemens. He's not. Oh, well then, there we go. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party, Gabe Clemens. 127. We said it had to go, and it did. Clean as a whistle.
127 in game.
On the bull. He's done 127 there on the bull. But then that break of throw from Gabe Clemens is of no use whatsoever if he can't hit a treble on his own throw. And he opens a 58 and a 60. Matt Campbell already has the initiative in this match and will be looking to nick the darts back and break back. We did have a moment of brilliance there from Gabe Clemens, but if he doesn't serve out and hold his own throw, it will all be worth nothing.
Remember, a break's not a break unless you hold.
Big visit from Campbell here puts the pressure on. 2 trebles. No, it's not bad. You'd still probably back him to take that 80 out if he gets the chance based on what he's done so far. Clemens needs the 107 just to hold here. Oh, he looks like he's missed a double at it. Looks like he's missed double 16. Combination finishing from these two has been great in this match. Oh, Campbell's gone close there. This is turning into a really, really good game of darts, this.
Oh, Dolan. Brendan Dolan has just missed a chance to break back and make it 2 apiece. Now Aspinall pins tops for daylight again.
Clemens has missed 3 darts there to hold. And that break that he worked so hard for, and that 127 on the bull, was worth nothing because Campbell has pinched it straight back off him and re-establishes the gap. 4-1 up, Matt Campbell.
just looking at on the stream as well, so I've got both of them up down. On the 80 that Campbell had, he actually missed 2 darts at double 10 as well.
Yeah, he's at that. That's the thing. Campbell is creating chances for himself in pretty much every leg, and Clemens is out. Clemens, as I say, the only leg he's managed to bag so far. He had to take out 127. Gabe Clemens is having to do outrageous things just to stay in and keep pace with Matt Campbell at the minute. He's playing some great stuff, averaging 100, but looks better than that. In all honesty, the way that he's putting things together.
But is there a little opportunity here for another break?
Could well be. Could well be. See how much pressure Campbell puts on that 40. Are you going to force him to take it out? Oh my word, Matt Campbell. I mean, yeah, he's not. He's a 152, another ton plus checkout. The combination finishing in this match from Matt Campbell has been absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. That's as clean as a whistle as well, Phil, you know. Those two have gone in side by side on the treble 20, and that double 16's bang in the middle of the bed. Like, what a finish that was. That's really, really top stuff there. Clemens opens, though, with a 180, but he is just fighting for his life now to stay in this match. He's throwing maxes just to hold now.
My game's all getting a little bit scrappy right now. Aspinall has missed chances for 4-1. But Dolan misses as well. It's all getting edgy, my one. Yours is free-flowing and looks amazing. Mine's scrappy and edgy, just how we like them sometimes.
Yeah, Campbell just having one off here, it looks like, but Clemens looks like he's going to pick up a hold here. Makes no real difference to the path that the match seems to be on.
The back of my stand, Dolan looks dejected.
Clemens just not putting up the fight against the darts that he needs to. Not enough for him now to hold his own throw. He's got to make a move, start to encroach on that Matt Campbell throw.
In fairness, he's created a few half chances, hasn't he? Where Matt Campbell has taken his half chances, Clemens hasn't.
Yeah, that's it. That's other than that big checkout. Again, he's pushed that 180, but it depends what Campbell does here, how useful that is. See what Clemens can do. See if he can put some real pressure on that 129 here. You can find a big score here. That's probably not quite big enough to really worry Matt Campbell there. Matt Campbell's also been taking out things like that for fun. So 67 for Clemens for a break and to start to make a bit of a game of this.
My one right now, start the car. One-way traffic. Dolan only averaging 79.
Great stuff that from Campbell. Leaving himself just one away. One more leg will do it here for Matt Campbell. And he's going to get plenty of chances to throw for it here, even if Clemens can hold. Again, Clemens only seems to be able to find that 180 on his own throw. He's slipped a few 180s in this match, but always on his own throw. Again, that 74 could be a bit of a slip, depending on what Campbell follows up with.
And Dolan leaves a bogey. How costly could that be? How costly? Outstanding. You're on mute, Dan. I can't hear you.
Sorry. And it called in, I think that really put my jumper on because I was freezing. Yeah, absolutely superb stuff there from Matt Campbell. He has looked unbelievable all match there on anything over 100. Anything between, like, just combination finishing from him has been unbelievable in that match. He scored well, but not amazing. But those finishes were just something else there. Really, really outstanding. Didn't give Clemens a chance. What a superb performance that's been. Really special.
Yeah. Clemens departs. Campbell into the final, where it's looking likely he will take on Nathan Aspinall, especially with that maximum. Look, Dolan, he had chances early on, didn't take them, and is now right up against it. Oh, cheeky little 111 from Nathan Aspinall, and he is one away. And is it going to be the head versus heart final?
I think it is, isn't it? I think it is. And I stick to the same, if that is the case, then I stick to exactly the same view that I think it is, still is, like your head versus your heart on what you think is going to happen there.
We got a big roar from the Asp when that 111 went in on the stream. But not over yet. Dolan has not capitalised on two trebleless visits from the Asp at the start of this leg. And could that be the final now in the Aspinall coffin? ton from Dolan. Is that enough? A 140 gets Aspinall to a finish first on the Dolan darts. Aspinall finds that 2 treble visit to leave 146. So a potential match start incoming for the Asp. Dolan, this needs to be a big visit. 139 is more than sufficient. Leaves himself a 2 darter if this doesn't go. Last 2 visits have been very good from Brendan Dolan, but Aspinall can't take it out. So Dolan, will he get 1 dart or 2 darts to get 1 back? We treble 20, double 8. Or it was single 20, 16, and he's missed 1 at tops. So Aspinall, my guess is he will go 25 for 36. Just watching the stream at the same time to see how close. Oh, he's gone round the houses. We'll have a look at that one in a minute. That says to me he didn't get the first dart in the 25. And Dolan dragged the dart at tops very low. So Aspinall's 61. Well, he pinned the bullseye, was too accurate. And then he missed a big number. He threw a casual dart for the 3. Oh, what? Yeah. The 61 from the Asp was just 3 visits, 3 missed targets. Dan, on 61, he's hit ball, double 3, double 1.
Remarkable. Absolutely bonkers. But he's just got to hang around now, though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that start from Dolan is very fortuitous for Nathan Aspinall because he's under no pressure at all here.
No.
Oh, there we go, Nathan.
Stick a fork in him. He's done.
Yeah, long way back here, isn't it? Long way. If Aspinall sets this up nicely, you've got to assume he's not going to go for it. Yeah, he does tease it up just nicely there.
There we have it. It's all over. Nathan Aspinall defeats Brendan Dolan 7-3 to set up a final with Matt Campbell. I can't wait. It's going to be an absolute belter, Dan.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think based on the way they've both played today, if they carry the form in, then it really could go either way. It's a really tight final. You know, I know that Nathan's got the pedigree and he's got the history and all the things he's won, and you can look at the order of merit and it looks like it's only going to go one way. But the matches they've both come through and the way that they've played, arguably Matt Campbell's played the better darts today on the day. Really think it's a 50-50 contest, this. It definitely could go either way, and it could go all the way as well.
Yeah. So there we have it. James says, I'm English, but I want Campbell to win. I genuinely don't mind which one of these two win. They're both great guys. I genuinely don't mind who wins. Yeah,
I'm with you there. I think, I'd be happy. If the beginning of the day someone said to me, well, one of these two is going to win, I think, that's going to be good. I'm pleased with that result. That's a good, you know, either one of them, I think, is a deserving winner. Certainly the way they've both played throughout the day. Really good results. You know, Rob Cross played brilliantly right up to the quarterfinals, and Nathan completely stopped him in his tracks, as he did with Scott Mitchell, who played brilliantly up to his top 16 match, and Nathan Aspinall stopped him in his tracks. Nathan and to be honest, going back even further in the day when he played Andy Bolton, like Nathan Aspinall has come across players today who've been on brilliant runs. He's not met players who've sort of ground their way through and were lucky to be there. He seems to have met people really in their stride and just stopped them dead and took them out without really doing anything too extravagant. You know, he's not nailed loads of massive checkouts. He's not scored outrageously. But what he's done is he's met players that were on a bit of a tear up and stopped them in their tracks and put them to bed. A really workman professional performance today.
No. Matt Campbell is up to 35 on the race for the match play. A win would put him above Andrew Gilding into 22 and only 3.5 grand off of the match play.
Yeah, he has made a huge leap up the rankings today. In the order of merit alone, just the overall PDC order of merit, he's gone up at the moment as things stand 19 places today. Matt Campbell, huge strides up the orders of merit in all races today.
Yeah.
He is also as well very much looking comfortable to be in Butlins come November this year, Phil, because at the minute Matt Campbell in the Players' Championship order of merit is 23rd, right up there.
Yeah, completely. City have scored. Jesus. Whilst we're waiting for this one to go, Adrian says, do you think the top 3 in the Premier League have pretty much qualified? Ooh. Certainly the top 2, in my opinion. I think the top 2 are there, and I think Peter's third, isn't he? Wait 2 seconds.
Yeah, Peter's third, James Wade fourth. Yeah, I think the only thing that makes a big difference is if somebody like Gezi Price or even a Michael Smith wins a couple of events. You know, Price has the ability to, you know, Gerwin Price could conceivably win 2 or 3 nights. That makes a big difference if he can win a couple. I think the top 2, without a doubt, are pretty much there. Peter Wright is almost there. I think my opinion is that everybody is fighting for 4th spot now.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And I think if it isn't James Wade, it's Price.
Well, the problem is you can see Price winning a night where it would be so James Wade to make the playoffs without winning a night.
Yeah, to wade his way through the league. So that's
yeah.
Yeah, I think you did right there. I think that's I think that is exactly how things are going to go.
Just out of interest, Dan, obviously your first time at the new format Premier League. Were you a fan of the no walk-ons for the semi-finals or not?
I mean, I tell you what was a bit strange is it meant the semi-finals almost took me a bit by surprise. There is, you know, when you go through or when you're on a Premier League night normally, there's a big buzz before because you know what's happening next, you know who's coming out next, and there's a buzz around the arena. People start to drift, moving towards the barriers, and there's a feeling of something upcoming. Whereas it seemed to sort of almost take me because obviously when you're in the arena, you're not seeing the TV coverage, you're not seeing Sky Sports building up to it and things, and you just sort of like. I seem to be half aware of just some players walking out onto the pitch, onto the stage, and just thinking like, oh, here we go then. It was a bit anticlimactic for the semi-finals. It didn't build that sense of excitement without the walk-on. I wouldn't say I disliked it. It just sucked a bit of the atmosphere out of that part of the evening. As they just sort of drifted onto the stage without any really pomp and show.
Fairs.
But all right, I mean, I suppose you did get to see a walk-on for all players. You know, you did get the chance to see, you know, sing along to everybody's music, and you did, you know, in having those walk-ons in the first game and then the final, you do get that. I don't know what it achieves not having it. I don't know. You know, I'm not sure why. You might know. Is there a reason why?
It's because they're worried about time and running over. So when you look at Rotterdam, when all 4 quarterfinals went 6-5, the night overran the Sky allocated time slot.
No, that's fair enough then. That makes sense. I do think there's other things you could cut other than a walk-on.
Yeah.
You could probably find at least 2 walk-ons worth of chat to trim out. I would have thought. I'm no expert editor, but
what were Campbell's doubling stats for the semi-final? 2 seconds, and I will tell you.
Available. Tell you what, while you do that, Phil, I'm just going to run for a quick comfort break before we get into the final, and then I can give it the full attention.
No problem at all, mate. Right, I'm just going on I'll go on to Dark Connect. My computer's gone on a go slow, but we'll get there in a minute. Matt's doubling was at 50%, 7 out of 14. Just waiting for the final to go live. Won't be too long. And it's just flipped to warming up on the iPad as well, which is always a good thing. So, game is up, warming up. Not too long to wait now. Matt Campbell against Nathan Aspinall. We've got Aspinall to win in the chat room. Wade's in the top 4 for the Premier League right now. Yeah, no, right now he is. But will he stay there is the question. Got to a couple of finals, 2 on the bounce. Will he get over the line and finally win one is the question. He might have to. If he wants to make the final in Berlin. Stephen says Asp to win. And we are on. Game on. We are underway. And Matt Campbell has won the ball.
Yeah, but what about that for timing?
All about timing, lad. All about timing. We're saying Campbell has won the ball, but already the throw is under a little pressure.
Yeah, he is behind under pressure quickly here. And again, an early break. The way both of these players have played today, keeping people at arm's length and only providing the slimmest of opportunities. You're not going to get either of them many opportunities given by the other one based on today's performances. Aspinall down to a finish already. And there's no pressure, so he's going to get 6 darts. He's going to be able to set this up. Again, you might have mentioned this, Phil, but to those watching in the chat room, we have gone up again in what we're playing to here. So where we played in the semis to first to 7, we are now playing first to 8. So don't celebrate too quickly if your favourite player gets to that mark. So Campbell, maybe, is this a slight chance here, Phil? I know it's a chance to hold, but looked like he was done for a moment. There we go. Try again, Nathan. You are not having that leg. 95 goes.
Just going to watch it on the stream in a second as well. Which way does he go?
Well, that's an interesting way of going.
Well, that's the only way to go, isn't it? 7:48 tops. Which other way would you go for 95?
Oh, do you know, it was because he went so far up that 7 that he completely threw me there, and I thought he'd missed because he went little side of the 7. He completely threw me out there with that dart so far into the board.
Yeah.
But, you know, you've got to assume that Nathan Aspinall's not going to get too many chances like that in this match.
No, that
but likewise, it absolutely was. And you don't think you get too many, but likewise, like we can see here, it doesn't also look like he's going to give that many chances up. A lovely time to throw a max if you're Nathan Aspinall and then clean that up. So they match each other hold for hold here. Aspinall keeping the pressure on here against the throw again. 140, 140. Campbell is having to... that's a... Could be another chance here for Nathan. If he can put something similar in here. Get himself to a finish. And he does. That's the... Wow. 81 after 9. Nathan Aspinall is creating himself chances on the Matt Campbell throw. With a good degree of regularity at the minute. Great stuff, that.
Yeah.
Really good. And he's creating these chances for himself, Nathan. He's giving himself opportunities on the Matt Campbell throw. First one, he didn't quite take, but this second one there, he has got the break. And then what a start on throw. Interesting. That max doesn't look as valuable now. After that 60 to follow it up. Campbell will want a big visit here. No, and that does put the pressure a little bit onto Nathan, because we've seen Matt Campbell take out these type of numbers, and that 56 isn't helping Nathan a lot. Could see a break straight back here.
Chance. And for
He's
once,
made a bit of a mess of that, I think, hasn't he? He's made a mess of that. Really, and he won't get many of them. Really good chance there to break the Asp throw. And Aspinall pulls away. Averaging 101, Nathan. Carrying the form in with him. This is big for Matt Campbell here. If he can find a couple of trebles, and he just needs, I think he needs to take a leg comfortably. That's what he needs to do. The legs he's picking up at the minute, even some of the legs in the last game, is he's having to really, really work hard for them. Take big checkouts out. And that's a big score from Nathan here, which puts pressure on this 85. And whilst Matt Campbell's in this match, he's certainly not looking comfortable on throw. He hasn't looked comfortable on throw at all in this match. If Aspinall takes this out, he's in big trouble, Campbell. He's going to have a chance there to hold on. He's going to come back for double 8. If he doesn't take this out, he's got a big problem in this match, I think, Matt Campbell. Really needs this, and he does. Gets through it, but you do get the feeling that Matt Campbell is getting through this. Now they're opening a count from Nathan Aspinall, 57. Can Matt Campbell find a couple of trebles here? Ton, maybe just not quite pinch the darts off him, but see what Nathan can post here. Matt Campbell is going to need to get that break back and get this match back on throw. Only the one break down, Campbell, so he started on throw, so not the end of the world at the moment, as long as he can pinch one back. Aspinall's been good. He's hit a lot of those 140s in this match so far. Really consistent 140 hitting. And that's not as big as Nathan would have liked, that 57. And Campbell's got the opportunity now to really pressure that 107 and really push for this break here. This 80 is important, really big. Puts the game back on throw and the initiative back in the hands of Matt Campbell, and he takes the 80 out. So now can we get a leg where Matt Campbell looks comfortable on throwing this match? Because we haven't seen one of those legs so far. Boom, boom, boom. Again, Campbell just struggling on throw. Another treble this visit. Or at least one with any worth anywhere. Got to get some distance between himself and Aspinall when he's on throw, Matt Campbell.
This is a proper seesaw game, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is an absolutely superb time for Aspinall again to throw that 180. Just nicked the initiative again, looking to pinch the darts off Matt Campbell. And once again, Matt Campbell is having to do all the work against his throw because he's just not looking close to be comfortable on his own throw. Really stuttering to get the scoring high when he's got the darts in hand. Aspinall comes back for double six for another breaker throw.
There it goes.
No messing again from the Asp. No messing about at all. Life getting harder and harder for Matt Campbell and running out of legs. Nathan Aspinall now halfway to the 8 legs that he needs for this title. Big visit here from not quite big enough. You've got to think, just not pressuring enough, is he?
Just he's there, but not quite enough at the moment.
Yeah, he's sticking, and then every now and again, Nathan's done that. The last few legs, Nathan slipped in one max, and it's all he's needed because the pressure isn't on from Campbell. That one maximum from Nathan puts a huge chasm between the two of them in the leg. And it's just the difference between Nathan Aspinall being able to have a few goes under no pressure at checking things out. They're down to 20 there with Campbell back on 224, no pressure at all. And he's just slipping those maxes in at he's not relentless with them. Just as and when, once every now and again in a leg, sliding one in just to put big caps in. Nathan Aspinall then misses the doubles, but not under enough pressure from Campbell. We're back on 1-3-1. And still just can't quite get close enough to Aspinall. Aspinall's going to come back for double two. He's going to take it out.
Just gonna jump into the chat room. It's not about this game, but Lennon, you're speaking absolute bollocks. You ask MVG if he thinks Fallon's any good. And you say the PDC should be ashamed, no surprise with the clans that run it. Don't have to tell you, you've got one of the best sporting promoters what the UK's ever seen, one of the best current promoters in the world, and one of the best sporting chief executives in the world that's also on the board at Orient and was also one of the youngest ever board members at the FA. It's not a bad CV, is it?
No, a little slip from Aspinall there. Yeah, I do find it very interesting, you know, how polarising people's view can be on Fallon Sherry without really having a view on her darts. Like, it's quite interesting, you know, people will often weigh in on lots of different things and they'll talk about marketing and posters and all sorts of different things. And the interesting thing is, if you just had a 20-minute reflection on, like, the games that she'd played and who she'd played against, now she's got on, and what sort of a darts player she was.
I've got no problem with people saying they use her for marketing. Because, look, we all know that is true, 100%. Not saying they didn't, but why wouldn't you? But to say she can't play is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd. Because there are countless examples of the fact that, of course, she can. Matt Campbell has got to find something soon, but because of the way that Nathan Aspinall is playing, he's going to have to find something rather outrageous. Because, again, Aspinall 140, 140, 180, down to 41 after 9 darts. But no pressure whatsoever from Matt Campbell. Campbell still lingering back on 215. No pressure at all on Aspinall here. Campbell needs a max or a 177 or something massive. 76, not quite enough to pressurise this. You shouldn't think that would force an error from Aspinall. Should be relatively straightforward. No, but is the door open ever so slightly here? Right, Campbell will get a go.
I was gonna bring that up, Nathan, as well. There are plenty of good players that don't get through Q School. You've only got to listen to players' opinions on Q School, and she's got to a quarterfinal of a PDC ranked TV event, and she got to a final of another TV event. And you haven't rattled me at all, because I'm just about to do that. It's my show, my rules.
Yeah, but see, I've never understood that, right? I've never understood, you know, like, oh, I've rattled everyone. Well, I can just call everyone names and rattle everyone. It's dead easy, that, isn't it? Like, just, yeah. You know, I'm gonna rattle everyone. I'll just start bullying people and pick on them.
Yeah, back it up with some substance.
Right, Matt Campbell finally on his own throw, looking the more comfortable of the two players here. 2 maxes on his throw here. Gets himself down to 42 after 9. Aspinall way, way back. But that max does make things a little bit interesting if Campbell can't take this 42 out. You would think he would based on today's efforts, and he does. Gets it back to 6-5. But surely, Phil, if Matt Campbell is going to stay in this game, now is the time he needs to break.
Yeah. Neil Duff is an incredible talent. Yeah, look, Neil Duff's top class. Dan is in the bottom of the screen. He's done plenty of these with us before. We love having Dan. We love having Dan along.
Now, here is an opportunity, perhaps, Phil. Just a little bit of a slow start from the Asp. And if he can't find, but again, a 140 at a good moment. But a 2 treble visit from Campbell here, if he can find one, if he can match that 140. Not quite, but he is sticking around in this leg. He is staying handy in the hope of an opportunity now. How much pressure will be on that?
2 trebles gives him more than a chance.
That's it. And that's the wrong time to do that, Matt.
Yeah.
The wrong time to do that after starting with a couple of tons, with Nathan starting on 43. It should have been a leg where Matt Campbell really put Nathan under pressure. And it looks like he's going to let him just slip off the hook here. Asp comes back 460. But this probably needs to go, this, Phil.
Yeah. Let's be fair. If you're Nathan, it does. I say you wouldn't want to be giving Matt Campbell a shot at that, seeing what he's taken out so far.
No, absolutely not. You don't want Matt Campbell going for 80 today and holding to try and stay in the match, or throwing to try and stay in the match. Matt Campbell does not want to start with a trebleless visit with a 60. Aspinall relentless with those 140s in this match. Really seems to have hit a rhythm with his scoring here. And this looks like it might just be one step too far for Matt Campbell. But he's given up the darts. And now Nathan Aspinall is looking very likely.
Six darts for 204.
Yeah. He's looking very likely at the minute, isn't he? And you sort of feel like it needs... Now, well, I was about to say he needs a catastrophe. Now that, you would argue, is a catastrophe, Phil.
That may be the biggest lifeline Matt Campbell gets this year.
But what can he do with it? That ton is all right, but it's not... A 140 there would have been huge. Would have really twisted the screw. If this goes, this might just rattle Nathan before he has to throw for the match. If this goes, it won't matter. Another 31 for Nathan. He's just stuttering a little bit, maybe, at the finishing line. Campbell comes for 28. And he takes it out. So Nathan Aspinall is going to throw for the match here. But if he doesn't quite get over the line and Matt Campbell can break, Matt Campbell will have the darts in a decider. So big visits here for both of these players. Aspinall started really well and Campbell again just stuttering with his scoring. Scoring's not been great in this match.
Nathan Aspinall will just be thinking 12 dart on throw. 12 dart on throw.
Yeah, and the way that Matt Campbell's scoring, that'll do just nicely because he's not getting a lot back, Aspinall. Goodness me, what a leg from Nathan this is. Under no pressure at all. 46 for Players' Championship 13. Nathan Aspinall does it in 3 darts. 8-6 to the Asp. A solid, very solid day from Nathan Aspinall. Averaged 96 there. Matt Campbell couldn't quite reach the levels that he's reached throughout the rest of the day and was just kept at bay there by the Asp. Good match, that.
Yeah. Superb. Look, today we've learned so much. 1, that Matt Campbell belongs at the highest level. And 2, Nathan Aspinall is back in the winner's circle, Dan. How good is that to see?
It is, and you know what? I've got the stream on there. That means a great deal to Nathan Aspinall, doesn't it? You know, he is celebrating that like he would celebrate something big on the telly. That is a big win for Nathan Aspinall, potentially, mentally, psychologically, to be able to come through that and win in the way that he has there. Looks like it means a great deal to him.
Yeah, look, that means everything to him. Before we wrap up, remember, I'm heading off to Lakeside from here to join Boise. We will have the reaction from all the winners at Lakeside at the WDF World Championship. Honestly, we've been chatting about it in our group chat. The last 2 weeks have been nothing short of mental, have they, Dan? So literally from me to the team and for all you guys for sticking with us, we've brought you 2 Premier Leagues, 5 Pro Tours, all the action from the WDF World Championships. It's been one hell of a slog, Dan.
It's been fun, hasn't it?
It's been different.
Busy.
Yeah, I'm busy.
You're not finished yet. You're going to go and jump in the car. I'm going to get my feet up. I'm going to go and open a bottle of wine.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a quick shower and then I'm off to Lakeside. But from all of us at Online Darts, thank you very much for sticking with us. And like we say, all the reaction from Lakeside and the live lounge returns tomorrow. We've got a lot to cover, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get a little bit good as we have got plenty to discuss. I've been Phil Blars, joined by Dan Simpson all day long. It's been a pleasure bringing you Pro Tour 13. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy the Masters. Enjoy the darts. We are signing out for now. We have been Online Darts, and we will see you all very soon.
Take it to the next level.